the MODUS Super Series, brought to you in association with Bet365, Betfair, Betfred, Coral, Ladbrokes, Paddy Power, Unibet and William Hill.
Hi there, good morning and welcome along to another day at the MODUS Super Series. We saw a great day of action yesterday, some really interesting players in this group. Chris Mason is alongside me. We'll start by talking through yesterday's action. We'll have a look at it actually to talk over it, but it was a really fascinating day, wasn't it?
Yeah, really interesting. Very impressed with Noguera. Got off to a great start, averaging, I think he averaged 95 in his opening match, which was impressive. I've not seen a lot of him, but I like what I see.
Yeah, well, let's see some of the highlights from yesterday, because there were some massive finishes, some big moments. Robert Thornton, though, didn't have a good day.
No, and usually leaving double 16 a lot, which is very unusual for him. Myself and Matt will pick up on that a bit later. And incredibly, his only win of the day came against the best player of the day, who was Noguera in terms of averages. Martin Adams also produced some bumper finishes, including this 1-2-3, which just put a good bit of distance between himself and Hamilton.
Yeah, he got 3 wins, 4-0, 4-0 and 4-1. Matt Jackson with 1 win, but one of the highlights for him, this 130 checkout.
Yeah, absolutely, and he sort of got bogged down early, didn't he? And he couldn't quite recover, so I expect a better day from Matt Jackson today. This was a beauty, especially as Noguera decided to tee up tops rather than go for the ball, and he paid the price against the experienced Hamilton. You can see the reaction from Hamilton. He was fully aware. He thought, all right, you're telling me I can't take out 167.
Yeah, I can almost hear that roll without the audio. Yeah. But he did recover, Noguera. He won that match against Andy Hamilton, and he played some excellent stuff, like you said. No better finish than this.
Yeah, this was a beauty. An absolute stunning finish for Noguera, and I certainly wasn't surprised. A soft tip background, so they do love the bullseye, as does Tricole as it goes. So Tricole, player of the day, wasn't he? Winning 4 out of 5. And again, a nice, clinical, clean finish. He's one of those kind of players, he either gets it done in one or he tends to fluff around for a while, but very, very impressive day for him yesterday.
Yeah, quick word on him, because I did have a chat with him yesterday on the balcony, and he was talking about the need for French darts to be shown a little bit more.
Lovely accent.
Yeah, but I'm not going to do it. But at the World Championship, at the World Cup, etc., do you think that people are going to start taking note?
Yeah, they've got to. You know, he's won a Challenge Tour now. We've seen him in the final of the WDF Worlds. We've seen him play some good stuff down here at the Super Series. I'm impressed with him, and hopefully the PDC take a bit of notice and put them in the World Cup, because I think it would be a better World Cup with them two in it.
Well, anyone taking notice here will see that he is top of the league table, Group A, after 1 day of play, but it's pretty tight, isn't it? Nobody has really run away with it yet.
No, everyone's still in it, and Tuesday tends to be a day where one of the players will make a move, and you'd have to think it would be Robert Thornton. Certainly didn't expect to see him down there in bottom of the table after day 1, and the worry for him is that -10 leg difference. That's going to take some hauling in, but Tricole averaged just under 90 for the day. Noguera averaged just over 90 for the entire day. Some really good stuff in there, and we had 27 180s after a relatively slow start in that department.
Yeah, Robert Thornton on 2 points along with Matt Jackson. We saw Thibault Tricole top. The other 3 players all on 6 points. One of those is Martin Adams, and I caught up with him earlier. Martin, back here at the MODUS Super Series, ready for Tuesday's action. Just give us your thoughts on how things went yesterday, because it seemed to be kind of all or nothing in your matches.
Well, a little bit all or nothing, yeah. I mean, just I still got problems with my leg, my calf, and I still get issues with my shoulder because of the arthritis. So, but you just keep working at it. Yeah, it was a bit of a slow start yesterday. But, you know, we got there in the end, and it all come together, which is really, really good.
Interesting group to be part of, isn't it, with this one of the top players from Spain, France's top player, and, of course, Robert Thornton, who you played in the World Seniors final. Andy Hamilton as well, a former world finalist, so a really interesting group.
It's a great group to play in. And the good thing is that we all get on well out of the back. You know, there's good banter, which is what we all like. And we're all looking forward to playing again today.
And you've played in plenty of these tournaments now. I think you passed 350 matches at the Super Series yesterday.
Oh, my word.
What's the plan for today? How important is this sort of middle day of this group to try and kick on and get towards the top of the table?
Well, I've always looked at it that if you had a bad day on Monday, you've definitely got to improve on Tuesday. If you've had a reasonable day on Monday, keep it going to Tuesday, and then see what Wednesday brings, because it will all depend, of course, on how the other players play. You know, somebody that had a bad day yesterday may have a good day today, and vice versa, and all that. So, yeah, you just try and keep it all the same, and see how we go before we get to Wednesday.
Will they get ready? Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Well, that's the plan for Martin Adams, and good advice for the rest of the players in the field as well, including the first two in action today. It is Jesus Noguera and Matt Jackson. The pair of them played in the last match of yesterday's session. Noguera getting the better of Jackson 4-2 in that one. So will it be revenge or repeat in this opening match of the morning? Let's find out. Over to Mace and Matthew in the commentary box.
Good morning, welcome back to the Super Series, day 2 of the action, and we're kicking off with Matt Jackson. Matt Jackson, the ADC qualifier, representing that system as their number 1. Got that tag due to the amount of titles he's won. Told us yesterday he's won 30 titles across the year. So we can expect to see a little more from him today than we saw yesterday. Jesus Noguera certainly shown us plenty yesterday. He was a star performer of the day in terms of stats. Daily average after 5 matches of over the 90.25. He had the best average of the day, which was a 96.38. He had the best checkout percentage, which was a 42%. He had the best finish with a 170 and was one of the only 2 players to register a leg in under 4 visits. So 4 visits or less to the board. That's 12 or under. Only him and Thibault Tricole managed to do that yesterday, which, after that roll of honour, would make you think if someone's going to make a move today, it's going to be Jesus.
Yeah, I was very, very impressed with him yesterday. I think it was on holiday the last time he played down in Southampton in our old venue. But yeah, I'm not shocked. He's been well backed in today for this one. Priced at 4-9. And a lot of support for him. And that's probably on the basis of that performance yesterday and the fact that Matt Jackson averaged some 6 points lower for the entire day.
So with that in mind, we've got to look at the weekly odds and say from this point onwards, Jesus is currently priced at 5-1 to win Group A. I think that's a little big.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, there looks some value in there, doesn't there? Stephen Burton as well. I think he's priced up at a similar 5-1. Martin Adams is also joint favourite, which was a bit of a surprise considering he's carrying a few little niggles.
81. Yeah, Martin Adams is actually joint 5-1 favourite for the entire week. Second favourite for this group, though. Favourite is Thibault Tricole. You can get him at 2-1. But
24.
Martin Adams, we just heard from him there, carrying a few niggles and a few concerns, which makes you think, is he going to last a 6-day stretch?
I'll tell you why I like the 2-1 in Tricole is the fact that unlike other times when he's
75.
played, he's tended to travel in late on the Sunday night to try and get the cheapest flight in, and he usually arrives around about 5 a.m. by the time he's commuted
82.
From the airport to the venue. Where 142. He played in the Challenge Tour, the Pro Tour over the weekend. So he comes here fresh and well practiced and well prepared. I think 92. That 2-1 could end up looking like 79. Some massive value because he does get better statistically. We break down all his appearances. Monday is usually his worst day of the week. When he 59.
Averaged
89.14 for the day yesterday and only dropped 1 game.
Does like it up this top end of the board.
On the first leg. Jesus Noguera
going. He was 42.11% on his doubles yesterday. Normally anywhere around the 33% mark is good, and he's gone 10% better than that. Starts off well on the outer ring again today.
95.
we were saying about before we came on the air, like darts players who know what they should be doing or can give great advice,
100.
but do the same mistakes. And that's kind of the thing there, which you say with Tricole, try and get the cheapest flight possible, and then nearly,
140.
get the cheapest flight possible, and then we would say like, no, you can come in a bit earlier, get the better flight.
I would never understand it. We'd go away and people would find a cheaper hotel but have to get a taxi.
45.
So they'd have to be up earlier. They'd get the worst flight possible. They'd be 15 kilometres away, have to get a taxi in and a taxi back. And I said, well, by the time you work all that out and all the fussing around, you might as well have just stayed in the proper hotel. I don't get it.
Yeah,
It's a false economy, isn't it?
85.
thing is, I give this advice and then I'll sit there and I'll go on the Sky Scanner and I'll have this one. Yeah, this is great, this one. And you've got to book a bag for your darts because you can't take your darts on as your hand luggage. So sometimes you've got to check that as part of the pricing as well.
Yeah. Years ago, of course, we used to go to America. We'd have no problem at all. We'd all take our darts on.
41. Matt, you require
we were only ever there. We used to
88.
fly in on the Friday, fly back on the Monday. So we used to take just hand luggage. Oops. Should be okay here with Noguera back on 230.
80.
Of course, nowadays there's just so much more money in the game that I could understand trying to do it on the cheap years ago, but not now.
59. Matt, you require 8.
Now that's a shot I don't understand. Even a single 20 would have left him a shot of the 170. Something he did yesterday.
Matt Jackson.
Doesn't matter because Matt Jackson goes out, levels up the game, but
Yeah, I think the counting can
Third
be.
leg, it's Jesus to throw first.
I say from the
Game
area
on.
he's from, it's predominantly a soft tip area, and very much like De Souza, who struggles with his counting. It is obviously improving. but
58.
I think sometimes the players can get a little caught out.
oh, that was off the top shelf of madness, that one.
Yeah.
41.
Along with the absinthe, that kind of madness.
Speaking of madness, do you know what happens in 47 days?
Christmas.
Christmas Day.
60.
Chris Mason likes to be reminded.
Yeah,
The Christmas
I love
countdown.
Christmas. I think it was because that Christmas was so miserable usually because I was knocked out of the
100.
World Championship before it. Was home sulking, so yeah, I'm not a big fan.
Well, we give Jesus the big build-up today. and
92.
the end of yesterday, but he's starting a bit slower today.
He is unusually slow. And Matt Jackson, here's the,
95.
well, that's an unfortunate deflection, but you're going to get some of those with those darts. You'll be pleased to know that I do cook Christmas dinner for Charlotte and the family. Couple of glasses of vino in the process.
135.
Keeps me from around the tree and all those festive activities.
61. Jesus, you require 156.
He had a 170 yesterday. He's not going to hit the 156 today. Well, not this time.
60.
And that's just given Jackson a little bit of hope.
100.
Minimum
Jesus,
requirement.
you require 96.
Sometimes when you have a good opening day, it sort of sets the bar, doesn't it? And you sort of feel like you've got to hit that mark and makes you chase more than just produce.
Well, it actually puts you under, bizarrely, it puts you under a little bit of pressure.
79.
Made a mess of that as well.
Matt, you require 104.
Speaking of Christmas, he might get a calculator coming his way.
88.
Well, puts a bit
Jesus,
of
you
pressure on.
require
Ask the question.
17. No score. Matt, you require 16.
Is this just a lookalike? Is it an imposter? For a break a throw and a 2-1 lead.
8. Jesus, you
we can have
require
another go at
17.
this. Needs the single number first. Oh, he's nearly done it again.
And that's what happens. When you miss a big number left, you tend to miss it right.
Game shot on the third leg.
I don't
Jesus
quite know
Noguera.
how he's won that one, but he has. And the averages do not make
Fourth leg,
good
it's
reading.
Matt to throw
The
first.
scoreline does for Noguera. He's averaging 66.
I wonder how much
100.
of that worry over the one is also going on to the later double. Because I was having a look through his stats and his data this morning, and actually, Jesus, in his 25 matches of the Super Series, has only ever thrown at double 16 11 times.
42.
That's almost Wade-esque stats.
And even more alarming, of those 11 times he's thrown at double 16, he's only hit it once.
Not
81.
Wade-esque stats.
So 9% on the 16, so that could be part of the problem. Worrying about
59.
the end result, not wanting to be in that section of the board.
Could well be.
$45.
Certainly something he's trying to avoid in his setup play if you only leave it 11 times in 25 matches. So when you think a
58.
match is first to 4, so the amount of legs that would have been played there. Certainly starting to warm to the task here.
125.
A bit slow out of the traps this morning.
94. Jesus, you require 110.
Didn't play yesterday until game number 3, of course.
56. Matt, you require 148.
And a bit more time on his hands.
60. Jesus, you require 54.
Tops.
34. Matt, you require 88.
They've already had a go at this, and hit the 60, and then the big 11. 18 and ball. That's pressure. And that's the bad memories from yesterday.
38. Jesus, you require 20.
Creeping in his game today.
Could have some bad vibes here as well, because this is for a break of throw. Just to put Jesus one leg away. It's all a bit messy.
15. Matt, you require 50.
And you know what this is like. You get bogged down, and then you start to get
Game shot on the fourth leg.
a little embarrassed,
Matt Jackson.
and it just culminates in legs like that. You're thinking to yourself, you know, you get to the stage where
Fifth
I
leg,
had
it's
one
Jesus
when
to
I
throw
played, and I'm like,
first.
I was
Game
just
on.
begging for my opponent to hit the double just to put you out of your misery.
That was a big leg in terms of this game. That would have been a break of throw and gave
97.
Jesus
Absolute control.
multiple opportunities to win the game, wouldn't he? He'd had to throw with some, so. But he's just got to get into this today. He's nowhere near what we've
100.
seen. It's almost like he's having a bit of siesta.
$180.
Answers on a postcard. It's a funny old game.
140.
And normally when one player finds the spark, it carries the other player along as well.
And the opposite, of course, as we've seen in this match. When one struggles, you tend to drag the other one with you.
So the way that first start went in, you
Jesus, you
just
require
expect
101.
a big shot there. As we picked up on yesterday, these big barrels, these sort of tapered barrels, they're going to give you these deflections.
Oh, trouble.
33. Matt, you
crazy
require
shot.
121.
Trouble 12's the shot there if you're determined to leave 32. Bull.
He
83.
determined to leave 32. He's
Jesus
done everything not
requires
to leave
68.
32 in his last 25 matches.
Exactly. Cost himself a couple of darts at a double.
Game shot on
But
the
he
fifth
only needs the
leg.
one.
Jesus
And
Noguera.
that's the best leg of the match by quite some distance, a 15-dart hold.
Sixth leg, it's Matt to throw first. 135.
Just watching Matt Jackson. What's your thoughts on chewing gum whilst playing? Because it appears that he's got a piece of chuddy in the
92.
mouth.
Not for me. It was my
60.
my memory. It was banned. Tommy Cox absolutely despised it, and you were reprimanded. Let's say
96.
Is he throwing a little
95.
bit quicker today?
Yes. And with more force. But it tends to be more force, again, when it's going well.
85.
I think he looks way more comfortable when he's
131.
being a little less deliberate, a little bit more fluency to everything right now.
He's certainly got better rhythm. Rhythm, something that
50.
we heard Robert Thornton say that he actually
Matt, you
lost
require 80.
yesterday. Just lost the rhythm and feel. And
Well, then when you lose that rhythm, you lose that timing as well, don't you?
75.
5 can get a bit tricky.
Yeah, the big one under pressure shrinks to the size of a postage stamp.
58. Matt, you require 5.
That's the hard bit.
I think he's going to have to get this 2s because he blocked the 1s a bit with that first one.
Jesus, you require
This is for the match.
120.
That's awkward. Yeah, that was always going to be tough.
60. Matt, you require 4.
So if that was for the match, this is to save the match.
2. Jesus, you require 60.
Jesus loves tops. Going to get 2 at it.
$50.
Matt Jackson got another chance to keep this game going.
Yep, gets another
Matt, you
opportunity.
require 2.
Just got to put one just over.
Game shot on the 6th.
Very
leg.
attacking.
Matt Jackson.
And it is a 6th consecutive hold of throw in this match. We go all the way.
7th and final leg. It's Jesus to throw first. Game on.
Only had one match go all the way yesterday, and it involved Matt Jackson, and that was a 4-3 defeat
180.
to Thibault Tricole.
83.
Talk about digging deep. When it goes 3-3, when your average has dropped off, when your checkouts have dropped off, when you've not got much in the last 6 legs to call on, and then you bring in the final leg 4 perfect darts to get started. Then we've gone and got 4 with the next 2, but he's certainly given himself plenty
100.
of buffer in this leg.
Yeah. All about timing, isn't it?
$60.
Well, a 2-trouble visit here, Matt. Could make things very interesting for us.
58.
These two are putting each other through the ringer and themselves.
I think it's more themselves they're putting through the ringer, aren't they? Because both of them have dropped off in terms of what we saw yesterday. But we always do say, watch these early games. Be very cautious with these early matches.
65.
Oh, absolutely.
And what a time. He's moonwalking to the board. I love it. As the first 180 of the day goes in for Matt Jackson.
Well, he needed at least a 25. And that leaves a ton.
52.
Both on 80.
Matt, you require
But it's
80.
first dibs.
40. Jesus, you
Same
require
equation
80.
Jesus. But he's going to want to stay straight. That's the
Bull.
ball.
What a happy accident that is.
41.
What a way to lose. What a way to lose
Matt,
that
you
would have been.
require
I would have
40.
had sick in my mouth.
Game, shot, and the match.
And Matt Jackson wraps it up with a last dart in hand. And that is a bit of a shock, a bit of a mini surprise to kick off the day. Certainly upsetting the odds. And already after game one, we've had a bit of an acca buster there. Jesus Noguera not finding anything like he found yesterday. But Matt Jackson, a winner of 30 titles. The number one on the ADC ranking system, kicks off with 2 points, a 4-3 victory over Jesus Noguera. And coming up next, we've got World Championship runner-up Andy Hamilton against a multiple-time BDO World Champion in Martin Adams.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series on this Tuesday morning, where Matt Jackson has just got off to a winning start against Spain's Jesus Noguera. Many thinking that Noguera was the player to watch today after some excellent performances on Monday, but wasn't at it from the off, and Jackson took advantage himself, missing 17 darts at double in that one, but eventually getting over the line after winning the last couple of legs and doubling his points tally in the group. Great start for Matt Jackson today. It was a great start for Andy Hamilton yesterday, but it didn't end well for the Hammer. He won his first 3 matches, but then lost his last 2, compounded with this 4-1 defeat at the hands of Martin Adams. And Adams is going to look to repeat that result when he meets Andy Hamilton in the first match of their day today. And Henry Deacon caught up with the hammer earlier on.
Andy, welcome back to the Super Series. What does it feel like to be back on the stage?
Oh, exciting, mate. I've enjoyed every minute of the week beforehand when I was announced I was coming here. I just couldn't wait to get back in. I'm just so excited. It's like starting my career all over again, but I'm getting that resurgence and my form's coming back again. I'm just loving the game again.
We can tell when we see you play here that that love for the game is back again.
Yeah, definitely. I think without that love, you don't play the game. And if you found that love back again, I don't know how long I'm going to play for. So I'm going to take every game as it comes and just enjoy every second of it.
I've heard there's a lot of players in your kind of scenario who've come off the tour looking to find something that can really rekindle that love for it. And I suppose this is the sort of format where you really can. You're playing a lot of games in one day, in front of the lights, in front of the TV cameras. It's kind of what you're made for.
Yeah, definitely. This is a great innovation, what's coming. The Super Series now is just an amazing thing that's come alongside the PDC Pro Tour. And it's just great. Everyone can get involved, and it's just another access to playing darts again, and this is what we need in life, and it's just amazingly run. We've got a great stage here, so you get that stage presence as well, which I'm used to having, and I'm loving having that back in my life again.
How did you find the first day here?
Yeah, I think Thursday, just trying to, I think for me, I'd just like to know who I'm playing in, and so I can interact with people in there, and just so it doesn't get too intense there. It's a small room, we've got to get on with one another, so it's all about just making friends in there than just getting on with them there. So first stage learning curve, now we're getting into the competition.
And then looking at the players this week and look at the table this week, very tight after day one. Is today the day where you feel someone's got to make a move?
Yeah, I think so. I think someone will pull away, or the two will pull away today. I think in form-wise, I think everyone's getting used to it yesterday. I think it's down today who route progresses and goes on from today. Then obviously do the same again tomorrow to qualify for Saturday night or for whatever night it is. But I think it's all about getting your form together now, ready for the midweek and end of week.
We wish you well, Andy. Good luck.
Cheers, Andy. Thank you very much.
Great bit of insight there from Andy Hamilton. They make Adams the 4-6 favourite for this one. Andy, a very backable 11-10. And when we look back yesterday, he made the best start to the day. When you look at Martin's stats, 95-38 for Andy in a 4-1 win. Adams 86-92 in a 4-1 defeat. Is that some indication that Andy doesn't mind playing early?
First leg, it's Martin to throw first.
Quite
game on.
Interesting listening to Andy there, wasn't it? And if we can pick apart that interview, probably we'd need another 30-40 minutes, not just the 4 legs we're going to, well, the first of 4 legs that we're going to get. One of the things he mentioned that first pick out for me is he mentioned that yesterday was a bit of a learning
81.
curve. Everyone just feeling things out. This is a guy who's reached a World Championship final, played in the Premier League. He's 55 years old and pretty much played darts his entire life, and he still says that this is a learning curve.
Yeah, I think you've got to get used to the environment, the process. You know, once you've played in one World Championship at one venue, when you return, you know where the toilets are, you know where the bar is, you know where to get some food, you know where you're meant to be, and even the walk to the stage, 45. And you know where the toilets are backstage, and all those sort of things. So coming to a new venue for the first time, I suppose it does take a bit of time to settle, but you wouldn't have thought it the way he started yesterday.
And there's definitely some advice that you can take from that, and is to always go with a learning and an open growth mindset to every situation. The other thing that he said that really interested me was he said he feels excited and it's like he's starting his career
84.
again, and that he's loving the game again. Now, we've been here before with Andy. He dropped off the tour a couple of years back, went over to what was then the BDO, went travelling Europe, travelling the world, picking up BDO ranking points, went to Lakeside, rediscovered form, and then went back to get his tour card again. He's now lost that tour card again, and he's in that sort of situation again. Is this now a point where we say, would there be a better argument for Andy staying away from the heights of the PDC Pro Tour and doing, like he's saying here,
76.
enjoying the Super Series, playing on the seniors events,
164.
travelling around Europe and doing what got on that love back before?
Well, absolutely. I think we've heard from Neil Duff, who basically, said similar. His focus, maybe go to Q School and then play on the Challenge Tour, because that's another, another avenue into events. But of course, what this has given a lot of players that they didn't have before is a platform. You know, a lot of these players that have fallen off the tour, you know, they've still got sponsors, and to retain those sponsors, they've got to give them airtime. This gives them that opportunity. It gives them that time under the lights. And you really do, you know, after having 2 weeks down, you know, people say, oh, would you make
38.
You know,
Martin, you require 130.
learned enough in that 2 weeks that it's not for me. You know, not as a career or as a full-time job. But Andy and, you know, Martin, they've still got ambitions. You know, Martin's ambition, as we, you know, as we've heard, he wants to win one of those seniors titles. He wants
58.
to win. He wants to win a Champions League.
And do you require 40?
Seniors titles, Martin Anderson very close to.
Yeah.
Both the World Championship and the match play.
Yeah, semi-final and the runner-up, wasn't it? But in that final,
Game shot on the first leg. Andy
Robert Thornton, who
Hamilton.
made a blistering start, didn't he? He ran away with the first 4 sets, and it's hard to.
Second
drag
leg,
that
it's
back.
Andy to throw first.
The match play as
Game
well.
on.
It was Robert Thornton that stopped Martin Adams in that semi-final.
Yep.
I believe it was 9-7. So I can imagine Martin Adams might just try tweaking, with maybe hide one of Thornton's darts or something this week.
Yeah.
57.
Grease one of the barrels up a little bit. A bit of butter. Though he had butter fingers yesterday, didn't he? He let go one that nearly, well, it did land out the board. It's closer to the surround.
45.
Well, there's 45 the hard way.
It's a left-handed 180. So we've had to look over the interview there from Andy Hamilton and pick that one apart. The start of the day, we heard from Martin Adams as well. And Martin Adams, if you missed that interview at the start of the day, first of all, make sure you get your notification bell on so you know when it goes live.
Yeah, make sure you're subscribed. Oh, and give us a thumbs up if you're watching on YouTube.
Next thing is he started
84.
talking about, one, a calf injury, which I can imagine is very hard having an issue on that standing leg.
Yeah. Yeah, you can get away with it. You see with Robert Owen, he's due a knee replacement, isn't he? But it's on the trailing leg, so it's not the supporting leg. It doesn't
40.
take any of the strain where, as you can see, the leg's locked out. There's a lot of pressure on that calf.
And that's your line of balance going through that front leg all the way up the front there. That is your balance. So if you've got some tension or something on that line of balance, it's going to cause a little bit of movement
45.
somewhere, which will probably go up into what is now the injured shoulder.
Yep. Yeah, he's had arthritis for a while in that shoulder, and I would dare to say it may have coincided with the issue with the calf.
58.
And of course, you picked up on it yesterday with the old Spider-Man. Maybe that is down to when he gets fully extended, it's that damage in the shoulder that's causing pain, which you then
100.
you're aware of, so you're conscious of getting fully extended.
It'll be the nerve, won't it, that's running through the shoulder and down the arm. And if you're unfamiliar with the term Spider-Man, what that is where you rotate the hand so that the wrist comes up to face the board rather than down facing towards the floor.
140.
Yeah, the ideal release, which he does do the majority of the time, is to, upon release, is to extend, and you can see the point, and you could see a little bit of that rotation of the wrist there.
$44.
We'll try and get a shot side on to see that extension. Andy Hamilton with a very narrow stance. Fairly rock solid. Tops for 2-0.
Game shot on the second leg. Andy Hamilton.
Plenty of movement of the arm. Andy Hamilton compensates for that narrow base
Third
quite
leg,
a bit
it's
because
Martin
he's
to
getting the
throw
movement,
first.
obviously in the arm.
Game
Good
on.
Andy,
draw
welcome
back and
to the
extension.
Super Series. What does it feel like to be back on the
Yeah, he sets the dart, doesn't he? And as a push before the pull back.
Now, one of the questions that Martin Adams got
55.
asked in that interview actually was how he assessed his day yesterday and moving forward. And he actually said it's quite a reasonable day. And he assessed it as day one, you need a reasonable day. Day two, you need a reasonable day. So you're in the run-in to attack on
84.
day three.
Yeah.
And the way it was described is almost as long as you're within that 10 points, that it's knockout darts essentially on the last day, and this is just making sure you've got that opportunity.
Yeah, you've got to be in the mix. I left it all a little bit too late.
100.
When I played, and I can remember on the Tuesday thinking, and I played better on the Tuesday, but on the Wednesday just left myself just too much to do in terms of winning. There you can see the full extension of Andy Hamilton. Although it is a narrow stance, there's little to
55.
no body movement, but he does do that little walk on the last start, doesn't he?
That will be because of that slight reverse arch. So the line of balance is actually broken. When most people have the line of balance broken on the inward curve, he's actually got it broken slightly on the outward curve.
140.
Which means the shoulders just set back a little bit further, which is why he needs this good, strong, firm, solid release.
Yeah, he's got to be committed. Head's nice and still. Stylistically, never been too much wrong with the Hamilton throw, that's for sure, and there's the result.
Certainly done well for him over the years. £1.1 million worth of prize money alone in the Andy Hamilton bank account.
Yeah, that's only in ranking events, of course.
100.
Well, 3 little ducks. Oh, 3 little birds. A bit of Robert Nesta Marley.
58. Martin, you require 106.
It's a better leg from Martin Adams. Been a bit of a passenger in this game so far, but could certainly be taking the driver's seat of this leg.
Yeah, he won't be too bothered, Hamilton, because this is on the Adams throw. He's got the early break.
74. And you require 164.
A few 10+ finishes yesterday, didn't we? We have in total 8, yeah. Only went the
40.
new
Martin,
way.
you require 32.
57 ball. You a fan?
Game shot on the third leg.
I found myself
Martin
doing
Adams.
it a few times, but I don't like it.
So I felt in the
Full
gym
play
last
gets Andy
night.
to throw first. Game on.
Went, but didn't enjoy it.
So I tend to feel when the dessert menu comes out. I really shouldn't, but...
$180.
As I suggested, wasn't particularly bothered about leg 3. And here's the response on throw in leg 4.
We didn't have many 180s early on yesterday,
85.
but we've had 4 already today. 2 from Jesus, 1 from Matt Jackson, and Andy Hamilton hits the first one in this match. So much better start on filling up the treble bed.
Yeah, we had 27 in total
100.
yesterday, which after a very slow start in terms of 180 scores. Impressive.
That's a Spider-Man. You wondered what Spider-Man is? There it is. That rotation of the arm with the throw, so the wrist is pointing up.
76.
Fortunately, didn't cover the board in the web. Although the pressed in wire can often be
70.
referred to as the web of the board. Or the spider. Unlike the boards of years ago, which were wires on top of the board and then
55.
stapled
And you
in
require
place.
151.
Do you do this thing as well? When anyone says something that you can think of a dart player nickname, you always think of that person. When you said the spider,
Mark
yeah,
Webster.
the Mark Webster wire.
119.
Lovely setup. Lovely leg of darts. Averaging just shy of 90 at the moment, Hamilton. 2 out of 3 on the doubles.
120.
And that was a
And he
Spider-Man, which just took the power out of the
32.
darts, really. So when he clattered into the flights, there was no...
It also
it's-
wasn't approaching the board cleanly.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
We spoke
Andy
about this yesterday,
Hamilton.
actually, didn't we? About the force that has to go somewhere with these sort of moulded setups. Does it just take the power out of the actual
Fifth leg, it's
but
Martin to
they're not
throw
bounce outs,
first.
are they, nowadays?
Game
It's more
on.
of a technical thing. Well, Martin seeing the funny side of things. Fortunately, the bounce out wasn't costly.
85.
It did leave him on a bogey 165, but Hamilton hitting that double 16 for a 13-dart hold. And like yesterday, making a very bright start to the day.
$137.
Leg-wise, Martin Adams' advantage over Andy Hamilton could be about to get eaten alive here, because every leg that Andy Hamilton wins is also taking one off Adams. If he wins
42.
this game 4-1, he will go to +5, and he's going to move Adams from +6 down to 3. So he will take him in the table.
He will.
On points and on legs, which makes the 5-1 weak favourite Martin
95.
Adams, well, a bit weaker, but with an A rather than an E.
Well, I presume they priced this up because of the result yesterday, which
60.
Andy will probably be the first to admit. He went off the boil in the back end of the day. He started strongly, but couldn't sustain it. He lost his final 2 games, one with a 76.59 average and the other with a respectable 85 to Martin's 89. But I certainly thought, well, as I said before the off, I thought Andy was value at 11 to 10. Could well be the case.
85. And you require 130.
And this will match his opening average of the day if he takes the 130 out. Won't be going for the ball.
$94.
Great setup there for Andy after 12 darts to leave 36. We'll come back at 36 because there's nothing Adams can do from 229 unless we change the rules and let him throw some more darts, which we are not going to be doing. So
it was a 13-darter in leg 4, wasn't it?
24.
He's actually got 6.
And you require 36.
He needs them.
Game, shots,
the one.
and the match.
And
Andy
that
Hamilton.
is a perfect start to the day for Andy Hamilton. It's a good performance there for Andy, and a good victory as well. When we look at this day and we look at what you need to do on day 2, not only do you need to be winning, but you need to try and get some legs on the board. Makes the whole week a lot easier. Certainly will help him out going into the rest of today and into tomorrow. Andy Hamilton, 80% on the outer ring there, only missing 1 double. Martin Adams only missed 1 double himself, so good performance there on the outer ring. But a 4-1 victory for Andy Hamilton. And coming up next, we've got Robert Thornton, who's looking to get his campaign underway after just 2 points yesterday. He's going to be playing top of the table in Thibault Tricole.
Hi there, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Martin Adams has just suffered a hammer blow in his first match of Tuesday morning. Andy Hamilton winning 4-1, starting in a similar vein to the form he produced at this time yesterday, Hamilton. 4 out of 5 on the doubles, a 94 average just about. You see there that amounts to an 80% checkout success rate, allowing Adams only 2 darts at double in the entire match, getting revenge for that 4-1 defeat by Adams yesterday in reversing that scoreline. Fantastic start for Hamilton, but remember he did win his first 3 matches yesterday and then tailed off dramatically towards the end of the day. That allowed Thibault Tricole to top the table, and he did it by beating Robert Thornton in the last match of Monday's action. Tricole taking out 96 to see off the Scotsman in that one. But we've seen a couple of games already where players have got revenge for closing defeats on Monday. Here on Tuesday morning, can Robert Thornton continue in that vein? Well, we will find out in a few moments' time whether it will be another win for the fearless Frenchman, or whether Thornton can show that trademark tungsten tenacity and bounce back with a victory in his opening match in the morning. They're about to get underway, but we will hear from the Thorn first. Robert, Tuesday at the MODUS Super Series, look, we'll be honest, Monday didn't go as you would have planned, did it?
Nah, it was a disaster. I mean, I won my first game, and then I don't know what happened. I lost a rhythm, and it just didn't feel right.
You're a player who's made a career, though, of not giving up, of coming back. Do you need to kind of draw on that tenacity today?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I've got to kind of try and dig deep today and hopefully pull out an extra couple of results.
In this group, are there any matches that you look at and it really stands out, you really look forward to playing? Because it's a really interesting group of players.
To be honest with you, I enjoy playing them all. I mean, it's the five other cracking dart players, and it's a different game every day.
When it gets to the Tuesday in Group A, you know where you stand after Monday. Do you set yourself a target? And if so, what is that target today?
My target is just try and win as many games as I can and stay in that top 3.
Well, let's hope you do. Good luck.
Fingers crossed.
Oh, the hammer has put down a marker. Can Thornton claw things back, Matt?
Yeah, it's interesting actually when you listen to him in that interview, isn't it? And he mentioned there first of all that he lost the rhythm and he didn't feel right yesterday. He has had his best win percentage of any year as a professional player, 72% going into yesterday. So we know he can turn it around. We've seen him sort of dig deep and bring out results. So he could quite easily go and win all 5 games today. That would not be a surprise. But the big thing that he said that really picked up for me was he says, stay in the top 3. At the moment, he's bottom of the table. That makes me assume that he believes he's in the top 3 before this has even started.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in an ideal world, you want to win it to get the 2 days rest going into Saturday night's final. But as we've seen in the past, it can be a bit of a poison chalice winning Group A, because everybody around you is continuing that board time. But he'd have to turn things around massively from yesterday. Averaged 83.17 for the day, which is well below his
98.
Well, that's over 5 points below his seasonal average, isn't it? He was only 25% on the doubles, which could reflect the
100
low average for the session, but only had a high of 91.
Now let's delve a little bit deeper into that when you say there about Robert Thornton and 25% on the doubles. Robert Thornton yesterday, and I mentioned this on comms, and we both picked up on it. We're like, he's leaving double 16.
Yep.
Why did he start leaving double 16 all of a sudden?
60.
So I looked into that today, this morning, to see if there's any sort of pattern, and there isn't. He has thrown, including yesterday where he threw a lot of darts in that double 16 area, 106 times at the double 16, in comparison to tops where he has thrown 822 darts.
91.
I mean, is it a conscious? Is he aware, or has something happened recently where he's missed a lot of tops and he's decided, right, I'm gonna start leaving double 16?
Robert, you require
it could even just be a
150.
confidence thing, because obviously tops is a bit more of a stretch, a bit more of a reach at the top end of the board. He might just have felt like he weren't getting the line right.
And he did have a lot of low darts yesterday.
Thibault, you require 167.
And also, if we go back to that interview as well, he said that he didn't feel right and he lost the rhythm.
Yeah, well, when you lose your rhythm, you lose your timing. So you lose that point of
Robert,
release, which means you're either going to, more often than not, go low rather than go high.
Just like the brain went to mush for him, really, wasn't it? And he changed the plan.
53. Thibault, you require 82.
It'll be interesting to see here. If Thibault misses this 82, and get a dart at the tops.
62.
No.
Does he go 12
Robert, you
tops
require
or
52.
20 for the 16s? Back to tops.
Game
And
shot on the
instantly
first leg.
pays dividends.
Robert Thornton.
Back to type. And yeah, hold a throw in leg 1. And of course, this is the first
Second
game
leg,
for
it's
both
Thibault to
players.
throw
It's the
first.
final match of the first cycle of games. Very
100.
much like Hamilton yesterday, Thibault got out of the blocks quickly himself, beating Adams 4-1 with a 95-53, 50% on doubles, and just the 1-180. So much of this sport is all about confidence, and no 2 days are the
60.
same.
Just ask Jesus Noguera.
Yeah, there you go.
But just look at that table for a second, and
121.
imagine if Robert Thornton was to beat Thibault Tricole. We've had Matt Jackson win his opening game as well, so he's gone from 2 points to 4 points. If Robert Thornton goes from 2 to 4 as well, this becomes one of the tightest Group A's I've ever seen.
Well, they're going to really bunch up, aren't they?
140.
Already, Thornton looks a different player to the one we saw yesterday.
60.
Scratch the head from Thibault. It's a lot more forceful today as well, isn't it? The Thornton throw, which would suggest that rhythm and timing we were talking about feels a bit better for him.
60. Robert, you require 125. $105. Thibault, you
Looks more
require
like
125.
He's controlling the aggression rather than the aggression controlling him today.
65.
Wish I
Robert,
said
you
that.
require 20. $15. Thibault, you require
Robert.
60.
Will be cussing himself.
Game shot on the second
Certainly
leg.
will now.
Thibault Tricole.
Because that, well, he's picked his pocket.
Last time I was in the commentary box, it
Third
was with
leg, it's
Paul
Robert to
Nicholson,
throw
and
first.
he was cracking
Game
out
on.
some accents. Are we going to get any Scottish or French accents from Chris Mason today?
No.
180.
From the West Country, we don't.
Oh, Paul
I can do a
Nicholson.
Stephen Merchant.
60.
Nicholson was very good at accents, actually.
Was he?
Yeah, he could crack many out.
41.
Maybe when he's cooking, he speaks in French.
We didn't check, actually, from our assumptions yesterday. When I said I
60.
reckon Thibault could whip up a good dish.
Yeah,
Didn't
we didn't
check.
ask the question, did we?
135.
Just saw something there from Robert Thornton that you tend to see when he's at his absolute best. When he gets that treble 20 in and he gives it a nod.
100. Robert, you require 145.
I could just imagine Nicholson rustling up some fancy dish in the accent of Raymond
60.
Blanc or something like that.
$134. Robert, you require 85. $45.
That was a
Thibault, you
well-thrown
require
dart. You saw the wire move
147.
on that second dart. We'll come back.
I think I'm more of a Keith Floyd.
95. Robert, you
Nice
require
glass
40.
of vino while I'm
Game
knocking
shot
up
on the
eggs on
third
toast.
leg. Robert Thornton.
Robert Thornton continues the pattern with a third consecutive hold of
Fourth
throw.
leg, it's Thibault to throw first. Game on.
They went 4-5, 10-11.
98.
Very much a pick'em game, but we were a little bit wary because just didn't know what we were going to get from Thornton today, but this is much more like it.
Yeah, I always go back to that stat, but because it's so relevant, 72% win rate
99.
for this year. Mightily impressive.
Well, both the two standout players from yesterday, Tricole
59.
and Nagura, both made, if he starts to the day so far, time for Tricole to turn this one around, of course.
100.
Yeah, it's almost like Tricole thinks it's a Monday, isn't it? This is normally what we get from him on day one.
99. 100.
Both players looking good on their own throws at the moment.
Yep.
51. Thibault, you require
plenty of time for
104.
Thibault to get rid of this 104.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
He's got plenty of time, but you don't get paid in overtime. He's wrapped that one up. 104 finish, gets another ton plus out on his record.
Game on.
Best leg of the match.
It's another one on his record, but it's the first one this week. He didn't hit one at all yesterday, despite winning 4 out of his 5 matches.
Yeah, high out yesterday for Thibault, 96. Did have the best leg of the day.
40.
And 11.
57.
Highest out for the day yesterday was just 52. Just when he threatened to break throw. Come up dry with a 57.
121. $140.
Good timing there from Robert. His throw's under a little bit of threat here. Under big threat. Massive threat. Humongous threat.
180.
Choose now. 60 after 9. And he had an 11 yesterday. Another
45.
Of 1 today.
Thibault, you
and he's left a
require
bogey.
60.
11 dart are the best of the week so far. That was Thibault yesterday.
Game shot on the fifth
Matches
leg.
that.
Thibault Tricole.
That is good timing to do so as well. He breaks the Robert Thornton throw, puts himself 1 leg away from the match. Robert Thornton looked like he was going to be able to potentially cling on, but that 5 with the last start leaving the 159 left him no hope of protecting his throw.
Yeah, if you're not going to
79.
break in the opening leg, you always feel that 5th leg when you're against the darts to get that break, because then you get the opportunity to throw for it. It's in
100.
your hands. You don't want to be at 3-3 trying to break.
60. 59. 59. 98.
After 9 darts, Thornton's giving himself a little bit of an opportunity here to potentially take us all the way.
Another one of those would have left the 170. Still a chance for Thornton.
84.
Said about timing. This is it.
140.
Leaves
Robert, you
himself a
require
potential 2-darter.
160.
Robert Thornton. leaves his favourite tops.
120.
Oh, that would have been
Thibault, you required
some
68.
shot. That would have been his first tumpless finish of the week. Didn't take one out yesterday. Best finish yesterday was 52. The ball for the match.
Does love a bullseye.
Game, shots, and the match.
And that one
Thibault Tricole.
was wonderful. Well, a shake of the head from Robert, but in fairness, Thibault Tricole was the better player for me, and the stats suggest he is the better player. An 89.82 for Thibault Tricole, 11 scores of a ton or more, a 104 checkout, 4 out of 6 on the doubles, and a 4-2 winner. He extends his lead at the top. Up next, it will be Andy Hamilton back in action against Jesus Noguera.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it had been a day of revenge so far, but not the case for Robert Thornton. Started well in that match against Thibault Tricole, but the Frenchman carried on his very impressive run in Group A and an impressive finishing success there as well. 4 out of 6 for Thibault, 104 checkout in there as well. Robert Thornton went back to tops early in that match, but it was Thibault who finished on top and therefore remains on top of the Group A table. Right, the next match coming up is Andy Hamilton against Jesus Noguera. When the pair met yesterday, it was Noguera who got the better of the hammer. Hamilton had won his first 3 matches yesterday, but Noguera got the better of him and saw him lose his last 2 games. I think we can see the end of that match. Yes, we can. Noguera taking out 71 to get the better of the former World Championship finalist, but Andy Hamilton is back with a vengeance this morning, winning his opening game against Martin Adams. A 4-1 success for Andy Hamilton in that one. And he started the same way as he started yesterday. Really good stuff, averaging in the mid-90s, just as he did at this point of the day yesterday. Big hug from Martin Adams in admiration of Andy's performance there. So Will the hammer nail it against Noguera and inflict more pain on Spain? Let's find out with Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar.
Was that in the rain? On the plane? Well, I quite like Andy here. I'm just having a look at the odds. Hamilton 4-6, Nagura 11-10. And when you look at their opening round performances, Nagura going down with a 72.93. Hamilton winning impressively with a 94 and 80% on the doubles.
Everything that went well for Jesus yesterday seemed to go wrong for him today. The scoring wasn't there, the finishing wasn't there, the timing was all off. But as we always say, always be a bit more cautious in that opening round of fixtures. Players just warming up to the task.
First leg, it's Andy to throw first.
Will it be
game on?
A bit of a slumber, or will the siesta continue for?
Yeah, well, Hamilton kick on. Andy has the throw as well. Look, rock solid.
58.
Opening match victory over Martin Adams. Pick that one out for you, 11-10.
60.
The thing about Tuesday and the enjoyment about watching this is it all starts to take a little bit of shape around this sort of time. And if Andy was to beat Jesus here, that would keep Jesus down on 6 points. Andy would move to 10. Tricole's on 10. So we start seeing gaps appearing in the table, and we start seeing what people are playing for in relation to the week. Are you going for Group A? Are you looking at getting into Group B? Or
76.
are you just trying to find something so that you can attack Group C?
Well, Robert Thornton, for me, he's now on 2 points minus 12. That's a 21-leg swing to Tricole, who's on 10 points plus 9.
Looking ahead, Robert Thornton's next game is in. We've got this one and then one more game, and then Robert Thornton will be back on it against Martin Adams. And that, for me, is the game that if he doesn't win that, he becomes detached from this group.
Absolutely, totally agree. Even suggest he's well, yeah, because 98. That would put Martin on to 8 points. He'd stay on 2, potentially Andy moving to 10 points or Jesus moving to 8 points. And that's just too much of a gap to close up. I know there's 41. Plenty of games to play, but...
And you require 170.
Where do the big wins come from to turn around that leg difference?
This was the game yesterday where we saw Jesus play with a bit of fire and get burnt.
58.
Let Andy Hamilton have the shot of the 167, just teed up the double, and Andy took out the 167.
Although Jesus did go on to win the match.
124. And you require 112.
Got to go. Or a break of throw is on the cards.
Game shot on the first leg.
Quality.
Andy
Absolute
Hamilton.
Quality from Andy Hamilton. The 112 out to hold throw.
Second leg, it's Jesus to throw first. Game on.
And that
92.
Andy Hamilton up to the biggest ton-plus out finisher of the week so far, which, if you're going to say a quality about Andy Hamilton in his real sort of prime years, would have been those sort of low ton finishes.
Yeah, dogged, isn't
77.
He? Used to show plenty of bottle back in the day. When he was under it, he certainly could produce.
97.
They can just sort of bridge the gap a little bit, can't they? When you're playing someone who's a real quality operator, like one of the real elite players.
Yeah, one of the big scorers.
I mean, if we look at when Kevin Painter played in the
96.
Premier League, that was what sort of kept him competitive. Those low ton plus checkouts took him out so often that it allowed him to compete at the Premier League level.
It was like Wade back in the day. He was a prolific 180
60.
scorer. Doesn't have that quality now. It's lots of ton 40s and tons, of course, but one of the best finishers, which keeps him in matches against the bigger scorers of the modern game.
28.
Well, he's took the 28 off, leaves him a nice around 300.
Yeah, just a 180 and a 120 out. Easy as pie.
125.
Whenever I hear the word pie now, I always think of Scott Williams, because he loves pie.
Right, okay.
Yeah, big fan of pie.
What kind of sweet pie and savoury pie?
There was one that was a lamb and beef pie.
100.
actually worked out
Hey,
quite
just
nice, it was good
require
pie.
127.
And it just brought me to the Grand Slam thoughts and thinking about the group that is. You know, some of the
Oof.
groups there.
Yeah, we'll have a little
92.
look over that. It starts Saturday, of course. Lovely day of darts if you're a darts fan. Saturday it gets underway at 1 o'clock till 5, and then 7 till around about 10 o'clock, when you can flick over to Sporty Stuff TV or watch us on our
55.
YouTube channel.
Hey,
and
just require
have
35.
Sky Sports on the big TV, or of course you can watch us online via Sporty Stuff TV and their website.
Game shot on the second leg.
Got a level
Jesus
game.
Noguera.
This is better from Jesus. This is what we saw from him
Third
yesterday.
leg, it's Andy to throw
The
first.
one dart at the double and
Game
took
on.
it out, averaging 92. This is more like the Jesus that we saw yesterday, where he actually averaged 90.25 for the day.
96.
And looking at those groups, Group A, Gezi Price, he likes the Grand Slam, doesn't he? Dave Chisnall, Barnavel Tedevitz. Group B, Danny Noppert, Whitlock, Mensah-Sulovic, Christian Perez. He's the American
100.
qualifier, isn't he, alongside Leonard Gates?
The group with Nathan Aspinall, that one looks a bit brutal.
Yeah, Michael Smith, Joe Cullen, Richie Eddhouse, Lisa Ashton, Rob Cross, Divin Boda, Schindler Gavlas, Peter Wright, Aspinall, Suter
65.
Sherrock, Clayton Hetta, Watamina Gates, Van Gerwin Smith, Russ Smith, Luke Woodhouse, Nathan Rafferty. Yeah, that group H. Luke Humphries, Ryan Searle,
92.
Josh Rock and Scott Williams. Good luck with that.
Any two of those could go through that group.
Absolutely. Especially that, the course and distance, best of 9, isn't it? I thought I had a toughie when I qualified for the very first slam.
30.
2007. Myself, Dennis Priestley, Barneveld and Adrian Lewis. Yeah, I really like that.
59.
There's a few more winnable groups, let's put it that way, than that one.
Andy Hamilton coming off the boil a little bit here. 9 darts thrown and he's still in the 300s. Average is dropping down.
60.
I suppose this is one of those things, though, when you get a little bit to the older years, so that one thing you do lose is that little bit of
60.
consistency where you can still do it, but doing it in this format where this is now game 7 for Andy Hamilton, we're probably going to see legs like this where he just comes off the pace slightly.
140.
Remembering that you have to focus but not try. And when you get older, you remember how well you could play, and then you're constantly trying to force that pace and that, trying to drag that ability out of yourself rather than just let it flow.
And you require 110.
Look at the other end of the spectrum. Someone like Josh Rock, it just all looks so easy, doesn't it? That's a disastrous start.
Comparison I always like to give is driving. So whenever you drive, you check your mirrors, you do all your checks, you're changing gear, all that spot on. But You go sit your driving test again, you think, right, he wants me to look at my mirrors, so you're going to deliberately look at your mirrors, and you're going to try and put so many mirror checks in that you'll get something else wrong because you're trying to do what you think
Game
someone
shot on
wants
the
to see.
third leg. Jesus
I like
Noguera.
that analogy. Yeah, when you do it without thinking, it's all natural. I don't think when I drive.
Fourth leg, it's Jesus to
Most
throw
passengers
first.
will say the same.
Game on.
Plenty of sick bags in the glove box.
59.
So we've seen,
Do you drive, mate?
yes,
Yeah.
yep. Seen two things here in this game so far. Andy Hamilton's performance has dropped.
96.
Jesus has found what he found yesterday.
Yeah, he's raised his game, certainly from match 1.
Continues to rise it. That's his second 180 of this match. Fourth of the day, because despite not playing very well in his opening game, he still found 2 maxes. 4 180s so far for Jesus. He only hit 5
96.
yesterday in what we were saying was the performance of the day, really, in terms of the stats. He's likely he's going to increase the 180s today.
He might do. Here.
180.
Well, that's already levelled him on yesterday. 5 180s, and we are only 1 match and 3 legs in. Kind of ominous signs here that Jesus could potentially find an even
99.
bigger level today than what
Jesus
he
should
found
require
yesterday.
82.
17. Tops for 3-1 and a 12 darter.
42.
Will return. Andy Hamilton back on 210. 170, obviously the biggest finish. He got close to that yesterday. 167. Second biggest finish.
98. Jesus should
Tops for
require
Jesus.
40.
He lights it up here. Always tries to leave himself on the top
Game
end of the
shot on
board when he
fourth
can for
leg.
that reason.
Jesus Noguera.
5 darts thrown at the double. 3 darts hit. That is a much better return than what we saw from him
Fifth
in his
leg, it's
opening
Andy
game
to throw first. Game
against
on.
Matt Jackson, where he had a bit of a nightmare on the outer ring. 3 from 13, that's 23%. Massive drop from yesterday's 42.
80.
Yeah, that 42 was for the day. That's numbers that the vast majority of pros would be more than happy with.
180.
That's the fourth 180 in the match.
The 6th one of the day. Because although that's the 4th one of the match, it's the 4th one of the match for Jesus. Andy Hamilton not registered one yet in this match. Jesus got 5 maxes yesterday in his
81.
being a standout performer.
Well, Hamilton was forced into taking that 112 out in leg 1. This could well have been full zip.
There was a slight concern about Jesus, averaging just 72 in his opening
44.
game, saying, did he set the bar too high? Is the expectation too high on Jesus?
Did he overachieve?
Well, what we're seeing here is he's pushing the 100 average now. Not far away from there. Suggests that maybe there's more in the
100.
tank on that sort of one-off sort of ceiling performance, which yesterday's best was a 96.38, but that was in defeat. That was in defeat to Thibault Tricole. 4-2, that one. Jesus' best winning average yesterday
137.
was a 94.57 when he beat multiple-time world champion Martin Adams. That is under threat.
82. Jesus should require 140. 100. And you require
This is
158.
PB 98.72. That was in his previous visit to the
38. Jesus should
Super
require
Series.
40. 35.
That was a long way off for that last dart.
And you require
line-itis.
120.
Something we know Andy Hamilton doesn't struggle with. Needs one treble, a single and a double, all on the 20s. That's the single. Gonna have to move. Was he looking down at the ball? Didn't like the lie on the 20. Needs
95.
100, bull.
Jesus, you require
Was the attempt
5.
there for Andy Hamilton? Wasn't a bad one either. Leaves himself 25. Jesus
Game,
wraps
shot,
it up
and the
on
match.
the double two.
Jesus Noguera.
And Jesus Noguera rediscovers his form. He started the day slowly, but he's gone back to the form that we saw yesterday when he was the standout performer with that 90 average across the day. Much better there for Jesus on the outer ring. 4 from 9, 44%. But the most important thing there for Jesus is his points on the board against one of his closest rivals for winning this group, Andy Hamilton. And coming up next, we have one more of those close rivals, Thibault Tricole, the guy who's running away with things at the top of the table at the moment. He's taking on the ADC #1, Matt Jackson.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Welcome back. We've just seen Jesus Noguera put in a fantastic display, really upping his level from his first match. A 4-1 win against Andy Hamilton. So one of the players who lost their first match beating one of the players who won their first. Noguera sticking 20 points on his average from that opening defeat to Matt Jackson, a 93 average in the end for the Spanish star. Andy Hamilton only had one dart double. That was for that 112 checkout he took out at the very beginning of the match. Noguera just ran riot from there. He's hit 6 180s today already. Fantastic performance from him. And we'll take a first look today at the Group A table now, and we'll see that Noguera has just pulled level with Andy Hamilton. In fact, he's leapfrogged him on leg difference after that 4-1 win, and he's 2 points behind Thibault Tricole, although it should be said that Thibault does have a game in hand, which is about to play now. Martin Adams on 6, Robert Thornton at the bottom on 2, and Matt Jackson looking to go on to 6 points himself if he can get the better of Tricole. Well, yesterday he went to a last leg decider, but the Frenchman got the job done against Matt Jackson. However, the ADC ranking leader has had a promising start today. And let's just take a look at what he did in his previous match. Here he is against Noguera, a match that he won 4-3, hitting a 180. And watch out for this. He's got the moves, hasn't he? It really is ADC 1, 2, 3 from Matt Jackson there, a bit of moonwalking. So let's see if we see a few more of those moves during this next match. He faces the table-topping Tricole. I'm going to watch it, but first I'm going to show that he's not the only one who can moonwalk either. Check this out. Back to the darts.
Nice one, Murph. I was going to say, like, come on then, give us some of your moonwalk. That's a different type of moonwalk. Matt Jackson getting involved, having a bit of fun with it. Why not? We could get him a whole new gimmick and image, couldn't we?
So he's obviously watched yesterday back, and he saw about the 180. Now I want to see tomorrow on the collecting hand, one glove.
A white one.
Sparkly one. White.
Oh, sparkly one.
White sparkly.
White, oh, yes. It's a silvery sparkly one, isn't it? I'll have a look down the pound shop later and see if I can muster something up with a white glove and a bit of glue
First
and some
leg,
glitter.
it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
Well, unsurprisingly, Thibault, big favourite for this one. 4-9. Jackson 13-8. Matt Jackson got off to a winning start today.
60.
Defeating the fancied Noguera 4-3. Can he defy the odds
97.
again against table-topping Thibault Tricole?
The way the other results have gone as well, if he can get the victory
Oh, it's
here,
been perfect.
he's back in contention.
Yeah. Well, it's perfect for both, really, because Tricole here, with a game in hand, could move on
180.
to 12 points, and that's 4 clear of his nearest rival.
100.
And he is in pole position. Very much like another Frenchman from
42.
years gone by, Alain Prost. You would know who he is.
125.
Again, those big darts. And again, you're robbed of your tee.
100. Matt, you require 158.
And we've just got to get Charlie in on it as well and get Charlie to call it. The 180.
33. Thibault, you require 82.
And he nearly called on 180 yesterday when it was 135. It was well recovered. Tops.
42. Matt, you
See,
require
buckled the wire a bit
125.
Here we go, and ball. Treble 20. Tops.
Game shot on the first
Brilliant.
leg.
Absolutely
Matt Jackson.
outstanding. He was under it there from start to finish, but produced a beautiful
Second leg, it's Thibault to throw first. Game on.
125 finish for a opening leg hold.
58.
There's one thing about Thibault, and if it was anything to say, like, is there a weakness in his game, you'd say it's the fact that he takes those punches.
80.
And you could see him at the back of the stage there when he went in, like, just the look away, the wince.
Yeah.
Every time there's a big moment against him, he feels it.
Yeah. As a boxer, you'd say might be a bit chinny.
100. $81. 180.
180, number 2. This has been a great response. He looked
44.
a little shook in his opening visit of this second leg.
60.
Needs to tighten them stems up.
180. Thibault, you require 103.
First 180 for Matt Jackson in this game, second of the day.
Double 18.
85.
We're going to have another
Matt, you
10
require
plus out, but we might get another
160.
one for Matt Jackson.
It's on. Tops again.
96.
That's just come low. A
Thibault,
well
you
thrown
require
dart.
18.
Looking to back up the 125. Check out in the opening there with the 116, but Thibault returns. Goes straight for it. It's a little bit awkward.
It's going to have to go low.
No
You have
score.
to go the low side.
Matt, you require 20.
Matt Jackson's got a chance here to blow this group apart.
Yep.
Game shot on the
Finds it.
second leg. Matt
Back-to-back
Jackson.
legs. A 17 dart break of throw. And again, Tricole is punished.
Third leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
Look at Tricole, you can see what I mean about him living every bad moment. Literally every blow landing.
90.
We're certainly seeing spells from Jackson to see why he's won so many of those ADC events.
42.
Remember, the ADC open to absolutely be anybody, and you can claim your spot here
100.
at the Super Series like Matt Jackson. All the information online.
59.
It is a wonderful initiative, isn't it?
Gives everybody opportunity, doesn't it? You can,
I'd have thought you'd have been all over that belts thing. Right up your street.
83.
I'm surprised you didn't have some kind of platform to dive off and...
Here's an interesting
59.
story for you. When I was training in wrestling,
Yep.
I actually used to come down and train in Portsmouth. And I actually looked up to see if the
134.
academy's still open. It is open, just under a different banner now.
Right.
But it's still there. It's down by the football club in a little
100.
warehouse.
Oh,
Matt,
right.
you
That's where
require
the gym was. I was
94.
at yesterday. Well, Jackson here in complete control. Single 16. Oops.
45.
Well, this is good performance here from Matt Jackson, the
100.
ADC number
Matt, you
1, the winner of
require
30
49.
titles this year. Showing us why.
No, maybe he's just reached the
29.
point where he's
Thibault,
just
you
playing with
require
some freedom now.
141. 100.
2 tens for a
Matt, you
3-0
require
lead and put himself
20.
1 away.
$15. Thibault, you require
Thibault, who's
41.
had his pocket pinched a few times. The chance to return the favour.
Game shot on the third leg. Thibault
That-
Tricole.
Just got him the throw back, but he's still going to have to break Matt because Matt had the advantage of throwing this game.
Fourth
Would
leg,
you
it's
call him a
Thibault to throw
smooth
first.
criminal for
Game on.
nicking that one?
$45. 60. 60. 140. 121.
Got to confirm what you said earlier on about Matt Jackson and the increased pace.
Yeah, certainly working for him. And that's usually a sign of, well, it can be a combination of things, but usually it's a sign of confidence. And, you know, he had such a tough day yesterday
Matt,
that he maybe approached
170.
this day slightly different and thought, right, the shackles are off, just open the shoulders.
145.
That would have been a nice one for the highlight reel.
I'd expected to see the moonwalk come out after a 170, that's for sure.
99.
Oh,
Matt,
I
you
would want to see
require
the lean.
25. 23. Thibault, you require 76.
Been his undoing. Last couple of legs. Just 2 from 12 on the doubles.
Big darts.
Game shot on the
Big
fourth
hits.
That will
leg.
hurt. The
Thibault
last dart
Tricole.
going in is a sickener. He could have won this one 4-0.
Fifth
He's
leg,
had
it's Matt
multiple
to
darts
throw
in the
first.
last couple of legs. From 2-0 up, he's been pegged back to a bit of Desmond.
45.
Thibault
100.
is going to need to find a break. Essentially, this is a best of 3.
43.
Playing a fair bit of darts in the Bristol area. He may be used to in the Redfield District League. Always used to be best of 3. Used to be best of 3, double in, double out. Brutal.
100.
Just looking at the
100.
overall game of Matt Jackson since missing that chance to go 3-0 up has just been on a steady decline, where Thibault
95.
on the steady increase. When those two things are going in opposite directions, it normally only means one thing's going to happen.
134.
Well, great cover shooting. Picking off the 2 treble 19s. They were needed. Just put
85.
a little bit of pressure, but a great last start.
79. Thibault, you require
Just got to eliminate that odd
121.
loose one, hasn't he?
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Well, we got there in the
Thibault
end, and so did
Tricole.
Thibault Tricole. A 1-2-1 out and a 15 darter. How quickly this one
Sixth
has
leg, it's
turned.
Thibault to throw first. Game on.
Thibault didn't have a tumblers
55.
finish at all yesterday. He had a 104 in his last game with Robert Thornton. He's just had that 1-2-1 in this one as well. He had
41.
that bullseye finish against Robert Thornton as well. So Thibault yesterday topped the table, but today he's finding more tools for the toolbox.
Yep.
140.
Multiple ball finishes, haven't we? Over the last day and a bit. The biggest one of them all from Jesus.
100.
70. It was a beauty, that was. Never in doubt.
58.
Again, there's that moment of overcomplicating things. Nothing Jackson could do from 360 to leave a finish yet. Tricole is
85.
starting on 19s on 306, hoping to hit 136 to leave 170 that he wouldn't be going for anyway. Whereas if it had stayed on the treble 20s, he'd have possibly hit a 1040 or a 180.
140. Thibault, you require 68.
This is match dart.
36. Matt, you require
And
135.
Jackson took out a 1-2-5 in the opening leg. Won't take out the 1-3-5 in this. A treble 20 would left the ball.
49. Thibault, you require 32.
3 darts in hand to wrap this up.
Game, shot,
And
and
after
the match.
2 legs in that
Thibault
match,
Tricole.
Matt Jackson was 2-0 up. He missed darts to go 3-0 up, and it looked like he was going to run away with this one, but missed those darts. Thibault Tricole stepped in, and then his game just rose and rose. A 1-2-1 finish there, the highlight for Thibault Tricole, taking out on the ball. That's his second ton-plus finish of the day. Thibault Tricole extends his lead at the top of the table with another 2 points thanks to that 4-2 victory. And coming up next, Robert Thornton, who is sat at the bottom end of the table, desperate for points, up against Martin Adams, who will be looking at keeping the pressure on Thibault Tricole.
Welcome back. Chris Mason has joined me to reflect on the first 5 matches of the day here on Tuesday at the Super Series. But we'll reflect on the last one first, that victory for Thibault Tricole against Matt Jackson. I mean, you said in commentary, it just turned around very, very quickly, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean, he picked his pocket in the first couple of legs, and then Tricole returned the favour, didn't he, in legs 3 and 4, and then he just found another gear in the final couple of legs of that match, and normal service resumed for Tricole, and he's the first person to pull 4 points clear at the top of the table.
Yeah, let's have a look at that table now, because Tricole has won both of his games so far today, and there he is on 12 points. Jackson had actually beaten Jesus Noguera in the first match of the day. Then Andy Hamilton had got revenge on Martin Adams. It looked like we were going to see reverse results, but since then, order's kind of been restored.
Yeah, there was an opportunity for the group to really bunch up, but a disappointing start for Robert Thornton. His woes continue from yesterday, and for me, he's got himself he's given himself too much to do. That leg difference is going to be way too much for him to reverse. So he could possibly maybe sneak 3rd place, but he's going to have to win the rest of the matches today.
Yeah, and part of the reason for that leg difference is a 4-0 defeat at the hands of Martin Adams yesterday. We can see Adams getting over the line here. Of course, Robert Thornton beat him in the World Seniors final earlier this year. But Adams
bit of revenge yesterday, wasn't it?
The only man in the match, wasn't he?
And it was one of Martin's best performances of the day. There looks to be a little bit more rhythm. The timing looks better from Thornton today. But Noguera, for me, after losing that opening game, he only averaged 72, and he quickly reversed that around. But yeah, work to do for Thornton and Adams.
Yeah, needs to do something similar, Robert Thornton. He lost his first game of the day to Thibault Tricole. He started this game actually quite well, didn't he?
He did, yeah. I thought, again, there's a lot more purpose to it. There was a lot more aggression in the throw, but you know, once things got a little bit sticky, he sort of reverted to type again, which is unusual for Robert because, you know, he's like Martin, very, very experienced.
Well, let's see if Robert Thornton can get his revenge on Adams for yesterday, or whether Adams can double up with victories. He won it 4-0 when they met on Monday. What will be Tuesday's result? Macy's going to go and join Matt Edgar in commentary to find out.
Yeah, both these haven't started off their days too well. Andy Hamilton beating Martin Adams, Thibault Tricole beating Robert Thornton. But one of them is going to get the victory here. Will it go the way of yesterday, Martin Adams, or will it go to the man who's been winning the big ones at the moment, Robert Thornton, the seniors world champion and world match play champion? And en route to those, he beat the 66-year-old Martin Adams, three-time BDO world champion, in the semi-final of the match play and also in that final of the World Seniors Championships. Robert Thornton, multiple-time winner. World
First
Grand
leg,
Prix
it's
winner
Martin
in the
to throw
PDC,
first.
as you see there in
Game
2015. He also won the UK Open. When he beat UK Open, he managed to get that victory over Phil Taylor along the way, and that was in an era where not many people got wins over Phil Taylor. Robert Thornton did one en route to title.
81.
A little bit of trivia actually here coming your way.
Go on then.
Who was the first player to play Robert Thornton as part of his
96.
defence of that UK Open title?
Probably you.
Yes. Yes, it was, because I remember he's in the Premier League at the time. He's the defending champion. I really wanted that win. And I went 7-5 up.
Ooh.
45.
And then he played the most ridiculous standard for a couple of legs. And I remember the cameras came down and Wayne Mardle came down. Everyone gathered around the board like, oh, this can be a major upset.
65.
And then he reeled off the most ridiculous legs you've ever seen. And that's what we're saying. And Chris Murphy mentioned it at the start, that sort of tenaciousness of Robert Thornton. He can really dig in and find something when he needs to.
Oh, absolutely. He's it's
45.
been the major part of his play for a long, long time, and it is that tenacity and that grit.
121.
He's got it in abundance. The problem is when you force that ability,
81.
you can end up doing more harm than good. You've got to rely on oneself and just let it flow. Let that natural ability find its own path.
49.
But like any other sport, it's just form. You have peaks and troughs of form. And you just have to
55.
ride it out and wait for that next
170.
wave of good form to come along. And we'll see that
98.
in the course of, never mind weeks and months, you'll see it over the course of 6 days here. And we've seen where players have qualified early and done it in astounding fashion. Come back
81.
4, 5, 6, 7 weeks
Robert,
later for Champions Week
72.
and not be able to replicate it.
And that's all the way through to the absolute pinnacle in the elite of the game, because you'll see this exact same thing at the Grand
48.
Slam this week.
Well, look at
Martin
Gezi Price.
Uruguay,
He'll go through a run of form. We've seen it from Luke Humphries, where he had that incredible run. Michael Smith winning 5 tournaments in 5 weeks.
73.
It happens.
Robert,
It's
you
sport.
required 24. Game shot on the
Well,
first leg.
already
Robert Thornton.
better than yesterday for Robert Thornton, who of course was on the wrong end
Second leg, it's Robert to
of
throw
a
first.
4-0 defeat to
Game
Martin
on.
Adams yesterday. And that was Martin's best performance of the day in terms of average yesterday.
140.
Winning average anyway. Sometimes it can just be one match, one leg, one moment, and everything can just turn on a sixpence.
81. 80.
I was saying when you was on your way down here that Robert Thornton's got the big wins over Martin Adams recently, that match playing that World Championship on the Seniors Tour. And often it's those big wins that affect more.
140.
You remember the big wins. The smaller defeats or the processing defeats. Like yesterday's defeat wasn't too costly. It was a processing match. It was a part of the whole process of trying to qualify through Group A or get into the top 3 to get into
Because
Group
it's not
B.
knockout darts.
Yes. Where Martin Adams could have had potentially another star on that shirt if it wasn't for Robert Thornton.
Yeah. That will.
80.
That
Robert, you
hurts. That
require
lives
141.
long in the memory.
81.
You'll take that. 60 after 12.
$140. Robert, you require 60. 40. Martin, you require
A real
60.
steal opportunity. Martin Adams here. Carved out the chin.
No
oh,
score.
My goodness.
Now that, we saw
Robert, you
Damon
required
Hector bust the
20.
180. That one is a new one on me. And that's the
10.
danger of this bit of a
Martin, you
Spider-Man that he's
require
doing at the
60.
moment, where it just sort of loses the power in the dart and it just goes a bit low.
Yeah, it drags down.
50. Robert, you require 10.
Thornton will return. He likes tops, so with that in mind, you think he'd like the 5s. Just slightly to the left.
Game shot on the second
Robert
leg.
Thornton doubles
Robert
his lead.
Thornton.
And he's well on course for a little bit of revenge.
Well,
Third leg, it's
see
Martin
these
to throw
two
first.
possibly
Game
duke
on.
it out on the legendary Circus Tavern stage. Tickets are available 9th to the 12th of February at the Circus Tavern. Tickets from just £10. You would be mad to miss out. The likes of
140.
Robert and Martin, John Part, Tony O'Shea, Kevin Painter, Bob Anderson, Phil Taylor, of course, Keith Deller,
93.
Neil Duff, Mark Dumbridge, Co Stompy, Roland Shelton, yours truly. Tickets available, dartshop.tv. Do not miss out. They are flying out. And of
60.
course, you get a chance if you take up the VIP ticket opportunity, which are very reasonably priced. You get an opportunity to spend some time with the legends
41.
John Lowe and Dennis Priestley. Is it worth it on its own just to sit and talk darts with those two?
It's looking like a really tidy event as well, isn't it? When we look at things, Mark Dudbridge obviously winning a Group A recently in good form, and I think there's so many runners and riders in that that's going to make that quite a tasty field, to say the least.
60. Martin, you require 121.
Certainly won't be making Robert Thornton an odds-on favourite to defend that title.
No.
96.
Always goes for his shots, Martin. He knows no other way. I don't think in all the... Well, I feel like I've done the majority of Martin's 350 plus matches in the Super Series.
43.
I don't think I've seen him lay up once.
25. Game shot on the third leg.
Very
Martin
tidy leg
Adams.
for Martin. A 14-dart hold.
Fourth
Yeah,
leg,
I'm
it's
very
Robert
much
to
looking
throw
forward to that
first.
seniors.
Game
It's
on.
And don't forget, we've got all the qualifiers as well from the World Seniors Darts Tour.
96.
The qualifiers have actually gone on to do some really good things, haven't they? Richie
Yep.
Howson last year at the Circus Tavern had a good run there, and then David Cameron actually went on to lift the title down
Yes.
at Lakeside.
140.
David Cameron's good form has continued over in
137.
America. Great to see the CDC as well, gathering plenty of momentum stateside. And of course, all that would have been buoyed by that wonderful
85.
World Series that took place in Madison Square Garden in New York. That's happening again next year.
41.
I may actually treat myself to a bit of a busman's holiday and go over there for that. Big
100.
fan of the Garden, of course. Legendary for its
Wrestling.
boxing, real sport, not acting.
60.
It's actually like dancing, isn't it? It's like a choreography type thing. There was actually someone on Facebook the other day going on about the match between Roman
100.
and Logan
Robert, you
Paul.
require
And
167.
I said, you do know that the results already been decided, don't you? That doesn't take away from the
80.
entertainment and the
Martin, you require
athleticism involved and
76.
the risk they take, that's for sure. I certainly wouldn't want a 300-pound man jumping on me from the top rope. Oh,
60.
how has that not gone in?
Robert, you require 87.
He just gave it a double check as well, just to make sure.
Mm. And he's pinched one off Thornton.
57. Martin, you require 16.
What should I say? Nearly pinched one off Thornton. Nearly returned the favour, but 2 darts in hand, double 4, other side of the board.
Game shot on
Beautiful
the
dart.
fourth leg. Martin
And
Adams.
he's replied in 14 and 17 darts. That one's a breaker throw. Now we're back on throw. And
Fifth
the
leg. It's
woes
Martin to throw
continue.
first. Game on.
Robert Thornton. He is having an absolute nightmare. What the players like to try and do, those that start in Group A, is avoid coming back Thursday and Friday morning for the red eye, because 5 consecutive days of the morning shift takes its toll.
140.
And you would have probably been thinking, oh, the form I've been in, the way I've been playing, if I don't win Group A, I'm sure to be in the Thursday and Friday night Group B, which is lovely because it's 5 players, starts at night, and it's the top 3 that go through. 60% chance, isn't it?
Well, you can tell he expected that, because that interview beforehand, he said he wants to stay in the top 3, not get to the top 3. He wants to stay in it. He already put himself in that position in his mind.
Will that play on his mind?
140.
Well, the standard of play has just gone through the roof in the last leg. We said Thornton can dig deep and find.
127. Martin, you require 126.
To deliberately leave top, something he avoided yesterday for whatever reason.
Well, yesterday he'd have gone for the 25, wouldn't even have thought about it, would he?
So 54 points for Thornton.
94.
To
Robert,
regain
you
the lead.
require 54.
And now he can't finish. It's in the 1. That was for an 11 dart leg. And now
22.
we're going to watch Martin Adams potentially
you
take the
require
leg and
32.
take the lead for the first time in this match.
From 2-0 down, is Martin going to find himself 3-2 up. Well, he's going to have to hit that elusive double 8.
16. Robert, you require
Thornton
32.
deliberately left himself in this area. Out of character yesterday. This time it wasn't deliberate. It's the same result that he was getting yesterday.
28.
Missed doubles.
Martin, you require 16.
Contagious.
12.
Wow.
Robert, you require 4.
They've both thrown 15 darts each at double. Both hit 2.
Game
And it
shot
was
on the 5th
up
leg.
until this point, it
Robert
was the
Thornton.
best leg of the match in terms of the scoring. It was wonderful in that department.
6th leg, it's Robert to throw
The
first.
doubling, Martin
Game
Adams,
on.
2 from 15, 13%. 3 from 16 for Thornton, 18.75%.
41.
Despite the mess at the back end of the leg, that was still a 16 dart leg.
They've had 16 scores of a ton or more between them, including 3 180s and 8
100.
140s.
$100.
Sort of feel this is
100.
desperation times really for Robert Thornton in terms of the need of wins. He got that one win yesterday.
140.
Kicked off with defeat against Tricole.
Well, Martin desperately needs another.
70.
Again, rotation of the wrist. And he's just sort of ghost throwing in the
100.
background.
There was a shot where you'd say that's the most likely tumpless finish that Robert Thornton is going to hit. You would say it'd be the 120.
100.
Only needs the one treble.
Robert, you require 120. $40. Martin, you require 131.
$16
91.
for
Robert, you
tops.
require 80.
Will he get a go?
This is for the match.
Game
And
shot.
Robert
and the
Thornton
match.
squeezes
Robert
that one
Thornton.
in the bottom corner. That was football. We'd be celebrating that one. Getting that one in the top bins. Robert Thornton, though, gets victory. He's only got his second victory of the day, or of the week so far, should I say. It is his first victory of the day because he opened the day off with defeat. But we have some positive signs coming now for Robert Thornton, and that will bunch up the league table even more. The 4-2 victory over Martin Adams. If Andy Hamilton can find a victory over Thibault Tricole in the next one, this table will be very bunched together. That game is coming next.
So a crucial win for Robert Thornton before that break, getting revenge on Martin Adams for that defeat yesterday. It was 4-0 to Wolfie when the pair met on Monday, but the Thorn winning 4-2 in something of a scrappy affair, I think it is safe to say. But Thornton showed that darting doggedness that he has in his locker to get over the line against Adams, and maybe surprised that that is only Robert Thornton's second win of this group. But he just keeps himself in with a squeak, doesn't he, of a podium finish at the end of tomorrow. He said at the start of today it was all about getting into that top 3 for him, and he's just kept his hopes alive. Matt Jackson also on 4, Adams on 6, Andy Hamilton and Jesus Noguera 4 points adrift of the runaway league leader Thibault Tricole, and he is back in action again today. He did lose to Andy Hamilton yesterday, missing the opportunity here to level the match and force a decider. And the Hammer, who was in fine form in the first half of the day yesterday, stepped up and produced a real clutch check out here. 66 completed with that treble 10 and double 9 in the end after missing the double 18. Excellent stuff from Andy Hamilton, but Tricole has just got even better today, to be fair. A brilliant 1-2-1 check out against Jackson earlier on, landing a bullseye to get the job done that time. A fantastic finish from the Frenchman, who is in pole position in Group A and kind of motoring seemingly towards the checkered flag. But can Hamilton put himself back in the race? It's lights out and away we throw.
Thanks, Murph. Well, it's more about Max, and Andy Hamilton needs a few of those. Needs to pick up a win here. Did get that win yesterday. And he did do it in fairly comfortable fashion, defeating Thibault 4-2. Are we needing to do the same today, Matt?
Yeah, and I think the concern is, like Chris Murphy just said there before we came on, that Thibault Tricole, despite winning 4 out of his 5 games yesterday, has found a new level today. He's actually playing better. And with that, it's the toolbox of a dart player. What are you bringing to the table?
First
Yesterday,
leg, it's Thibault to throw first.
he managed to do it without any
Game on.
100-plus finishes. Today has already wrapped up a 104 and a 121, including 2 darts at the ball as well. Not only that, he's shown
60.
some really good spirit in that game with Matt Jackson. 2-0 down, looked likely to be 3-0 down. Matt Jackson missed his chance, then Thibault reeling off the next 4 legs. So, for me, Thibault showing a better all-round player, but with
41.
those high-impact moments that can separate the two.
Absolutely. Very well put. Welcome along if you're joining us for the very first time and you're watching
96.
on the many platforms available. Of course, you can be watching in your chosen bookmaker or via the Sporty Stuff channel or the Sporty Stuff website, or of course
100.
our all new YouTube channel. If you're watching there, make sure you subscribe. Make sure you hit that notification bell. And while you're at it, give us a thumbs up.
60.
Don't forget us to give us a follow on our social medias at MSS Darts, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. I know you're a fan of the old Twitter. What's your
60.
Twitter thing?
Yep. So you can catch me at the Edgar 501. I do have a look in between every couple of games, see if we've got any messages or anything coming through. So if you want to get in touch, drop a tweet over.
Actually, talking about the Grand Slam, we did a very good Grand Slam video, I must admit.
100.
Enjoyed that.
Thibault, you require
There's a lot of
105.
Winners and losers, of course, isn't there, with regards to those who didn't qualify this time around The big one, of course, has got to be De Souza, hasn't it? What's he
65.
losing?
125,000.
Off
Well,
of his
actually,
ranking.
all the big people that was defending the prize money in the qualified didn't get through. So we had James Wade, runner-up, defending 65,000. He's going to be missing out. Dimitri Vandenberg,
60.
defending
Thibault, you
£40,000
require
from a
40.
semi-final. He's going to be missing out. So there'll be quite a bit of movement in the rankings at the end of next week.
Game shot on the first leg.
It doesn't
Thibault
look like there's going to be
Tricole.
much movement in this table
No.
if Thibault Tricole keeps winning games.
Second leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
Said yesterday when I was upstairs with Chris Murphy that no one's pulling away, and I didn't see anyone pulling away in either being detached, and I didn't see anyone pulling away as in at the top. But Tricole had to blow
100.
that statement out of the water.
He's got an opportunity here with the win to pull 6 clear, hasn't he?
This is his third game of the day, so we'll see him 2 more times today, and then another full fixture list of
99.
5 games tomorrow.
Yeah, that last match was the final match of the second cycle of games. All the players, including these two, with 3 more to play. So 6 points available
134.
for Thornton and Jackson. You'd think they'd have to win them all, but of course those two playing each other in a couple of matches' time.
123.
You're looking for any clues into what to expect from Andy Hamilton? We don't know.
121.
He opened his day with a 94 average, or 93.99. I'll give him the 0.01. With 94 average, 4-1 victory over Martin Adams. He was 80% on his doubles. And then he goes up against
140.
Jesus Noguera.
And you require
In
146.
5 legs couldn't find a max and averaged 81.
Yeah.
So it's likely to be somewhere between those 2 goalposts, which are complete opposite ends of the spectrum.
And again, that's what tends to happen with your
90.
game a little later
Thibault,
in
you
life.
require
It's just finding that
139.
consistency, isn't it? All the players seem to have a great A game. It's just that reliable B game that's lacking. Oh, this is a beauty.
119.
That was for a 12.
And you
dart
require
break
56.
of throw.
He was 4 from 5 in his opening game. We'll be wanting to find some of that double prowess in this one.
Game shot on the second leg.
Big,
Andy
big leg
Hamilton.
for Andy, that one. That keeps him in the match.
Third leg, it's
Break
Thibault
a
to
throw
throw
there,
first.
and
Game
then a
on.
hold from Tricole. He could have quickly found himself 3-0 down and in big, big trouble.
95.
We haven't had an average over the 100 mark yet this week.
42.
Early stage of this one, Tricole is threatening it. Wired that 139 to go 2-0 up. He's currently running over the 100 mark in the early stages of this game.
100.
Yeah, which is a great indication to the start he's made to this match.
And what we were saying at the very start, before the game started, the overall improvement that we've seen from Tricole going into today. Having those big moments, those tools, if you can just gel them together with a couple of jabs, a couple of tons and 96s rather than 60s, and that's going to push him over that 100 mark.
95.
Yeah, no, say it's just eliminating those odd pull visits. Where you just lose line and length. Nothing wrong with this. Andy Hamilton, he's coming out. And he's come out with
177.
success. A beautiful 177. Again, it's got him back in a leg that he was
140.
dead and buried
And
in,
you
but that
require
140
142.
has taken Thibault down to a possible 2-dart finish. Portends the shot.
90. Thibault requires
I
71.
think he went treble 17 yesterday, didn't he?
Game shot on the
No
third
problem on the
leg.
tops this time
Thibault Tricole.
for Tricole. And that is a 15-dart hold. And now the pressure.
Fourth
is
leg,
back
it's
on
Andy
Andy
to throw
Hamilton.
first. Game on.
And as you picked up on, regarding the averages, Tricole holding that ton plus average. Not too shabby from Andy Hamilton.
140.
A big scoring game so far, Matt.
Yeah, and actually, it's
59.
Andy Hamilton that's winning the 140 column. The 180 probably cancels that out a little bit, so this suggests we've got more legs coming.
Yeah, one of those 140 pluses was that lovely 177 at the back end of
46.
leg 3, wasn't it? So, yeah, there's very little in it. And as you say, this could well suggest that this
98.
match has legs, literally.
Is that where you say pun intended to that time?
Absolutely.
140. 140.
Well, the hammer needs to lump in another big score here.
137.
Finds one. Will he split or will he go straight?
Well, yesterday he went for the 2 double 19s, didn't he? He got one and then
Yeah.
teed up the switch.
140. And you require 38.
So we are none the wiser. I think he's going to go straight at this. I'll try and guess a dart player.
The eye line looked down, didn't it?
6. Thibault requires 64.
This is for a break of throw.
This will really hurt.
So putting one away from the match.
Game
It's a
shot on the
double-double
fourth leg.
for Thibault Tricole.
An unintentional double. There's one thing that Tricole does,
Fifth leg,
which
it's Thibault to
I
throw
am a big
first.
fan of, and I'm a big fan of it
Game
from
on.
players that do the same. When they want the 16 for double 16, they put a marker out there.
100.
But for Tricole, that was a bit of a wide marker because it found the double. Fortunately for him, it didn't go out the board.
And we've got to remind you again that Thibault Tricole is on for the first 100-plus average of the week. Not just for him, but of any player so far in Group
100.
Yeah, a 15 darter here will complete the job. Only for the 100-plus average, but for the match, of course.
83.
If he does win this match, he will extend his position at the top and become very, very hot favourite to win this group. He started the day 2-1 favourite to win the group. I think that'll be much, much skinnier.
134.
Well, I hope we did enough to convince you to back that, because both myself and Matt thought that did represent value very early this morning.
140.
And a win here, as you say, will extend his lead at the top to 6 points. He still will have another 2 matches to play. And Thibault's running. One is against Noguera, and the other against Martin Adams. But there's no quit in Hamilton.
Yeah, Hamilton almost just saying to us there, lads, don't forget about me. 180 pushes him near enough.
100.
There's 100 average
And you
mark
require
himself.
87.
Quality affair. If you want to know what game of the day is, you're watching it.
Yeah. Well, he's going to have to find a trouble, or it's 20 and ball.
62. Thibault,
Well,
you
we
require
said
78.
The ton plus, it's going to have to be 15 or less. Well, here's your opportunity, Thibault. 20 and tops to wrap it up 4-1 with 100 plus average.
58.
Well,
And you require
gave
25.
him the big build-up. Like my postman, he didn't deliver it.
And he needs to burn a dart here. Nearly had to burn a second. Very close to the 14. Just needs to come to the right. That is a good marker for
Game
Andy.
shot on the 5th leg.
And he sees
Andy
it in,
Hamilton.
extends the game. Breaks the throw back.
Carved out opportunity with that fabulous 180, didn't he?
6th leg, it's Andy to throw first.
You can still see the drive and determination in Hamilton. He's got a face like Lewis Hamilton being overtaken by Max Verstappen.
41.
Again. Do you like a bit of F1, mate? No.
No, I'm not a big fan.
125.
I can watch it if it's on. I don't mind like just having it on in the background, but I couldn't think of anything worse than going and watching it live.
Yeah, well, I come from a motorsport. Well, my father was involved in motorsport, and it's actually
60.
mind-numbingly boring because you just hear a noise and then just see a car go past, and that's it. The best place to watch motorsport for me, especially nowadays, I'm a big fan of the rallycross.
60.
And of course, they have these incredibly high-powered drones, and you almost feel like you're right in the mix. It's fabulous.
I just picture standing there and just seeing that.
That is it.
Right,
Yeah,
then that's it for 15 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, they all come past, and then they all come past again, and they all come past
100.
again.
Oh, but might as well go get a hot dog or something for 15 minutes till it comes round again.
Food again, Matt. Food again.
Do like eating. Big fan.
60.
Could go on my list of hobbies along with hide and seek. Very good at hide and seek.
$83.
Have you ever played hide and seek on a train station or anywhere random like that?
Me, not personally.
$41.
Oops. Now, Hamilton would love another 177. He picked one out in the third leg.
$134.
What a recovery that is.
$49.
Well, this looks like it's going all
And
the
you
way.
require
Thibault with
83.
that slip into the treble 3 means he cannot leave himself a finish on the 166. So Andy doesn't have to leave. Doesn't have to go for the ball. He could just tee this up.
Yeah, which he tried to do with treble 10
$43.
for double 18. His left tops. Going to be loaded with pressure.
60. And you require 40.
For a level game.
That would be just about right for me. 3-3.
Game shot on the 6th leg. Andy Hamilton.
Well, if we look back towards the averages that we was looking at,
So the
and not long
final
ago
leg,
we
it's
was
Thibault
talking
to
about
throw
Thibault Tricole
first.
being a dart
Game on.
away from winning the match with 100 plus average. The average has now dropped down to the 93, where Andy Hamilton stayed the same.
140.
Yeah, he missed the tops for a 4-2 win, wasn't it? No, a 4-1 win. Off the back of 78.
43.
But that opening exchange has already given Thibault 100 points plus what's in hand.
100.
So that one treble now has meant that there is nothing Andy can do in this first scoring phase really to get any advantage. He's just got to try and cling on to the coattails and hope.
There's been 29 scores of a ton or more in this match. You called it fairly early, but it's hard to disagree. Definitely match of the day so far.
97.
Every time he just finds that one treble visit, it gives Andy Hamilton much less hope. Even a 180 here isn't going to help him out too much.
93. Thibault, you require 164.
And the maths mean that Thibault's probably going to get 9 darts from here.
140.
He might only need 4. Leaves a double after 12 when it's 3 all, and you're throwing first, leaving a double after 12. Just says to your opponent, you've got to go do a 9, mate.
Yep.
46. Thibault, you require 24. Game, shot, and the match.
The 14 darter is not enough. Frustration for Andy Hamilton. He ends with an average of 87.67, but 95.12 for Thibault Tricole, a match that contained 30 scores of a ton or more. When we come back, it will be Jesus Noguera against Martin Adams.
Well, what a day it has been so far for France's Thibault Tricole here at the MODUS Super Series. He is pulling clear at the top of the table after a 4-3 victory against Andy Hamilton. An average of 95. Thibault was threatening to break the ton mark for much of that match, but Hamilton bounced back, made it a real battle, but it was a battle that was won by France's #1 player, and he is #1 in Group A. He's 6 points clear now as well of Spain's Jesus Noguera and Hamilton himself. A big gap to bridge, so Noguera does have the opportunity in the next game to cut that lead to 4 once again. He faces Martin Adams in 4th place, and Matt Jackson and Robert Thornton going to play a really important match for that pair in a couple of games' time. So as I said, it will be Adams and Noguera playing next, and when the pair met yesterday, this is what happened. The Spaniard taking out that sublime 64 checkout to get the better of Wolfie in that one. And Wolfie's had a mixed time over the last couple of days, and we've got a little bit of a blooper to show you this time. Sorry, Martin, but you've been framed here. 1 dart, 60 points, and it goes straight in the treble 20 against Robert Thornton in his previous match. You won't thank us for showing that, but it's incredible the things that even the best in the world can do on a dartboard. That one going wrong for Martin Adams. Can it go right for him in this game? He takes on Jesus Noguera, and Mace and Matthew Edgar will guide you through each dart.
He was just having a scan over the odds before this one started. The bookies have got this one as a bit of a pick-em. I think there's a lot of value here in Jesus Noguera. He had a very good day yesterday. Star performer in terms of the averages and the stats. And then his last game, 93.19 average in a 4-1 victory over Andy Hamilton. 4 180s, 44% on the doubles. And that was what let him down in his opening game. Didn't really find that outer ring. Lost 4-3 to Matt Jackson. That was where his strong point was yesterday. 42% on those. Martin Adams, though, the total opposite. He has lost both of his games so far today. He had that game with Robert Thornton, which we've just seen, where he lost 4-2. He busted the 60. He missed a lot of doubles in that game. And then he lost 4-1 in his opening game to Andy Hamilton,
to throw first.
only averaging 74 in that match. So all signs at the moment point to Jesus Noguera for a win.
And around this stage yesterday, Noguera defeated Martin Adams 4-2 with a 94.57, and also was involved in a match where he averaged 93.67 in a 4-3 win over Matt Jackson. So this period of the day was where Jesus found his best form, and this is where Adams started to have a little bit of a decline.
Remember as well, we are dealing with a not fully fit Martin Adams at the moment as well.
100.
Yep. And around this time of day, that's where you're going to start seeing some of that start creeping in. A few more Spider-Mans.
Well, you're naturally going to be feeling a little bit fatigued anyway.
100.
Day 2 of 2 very long days. Remember, the players arrive around about 7:30 in the morning, where they'll, well, certainly those on first will be pretty much straight on the board and probably spend around 90 minutes of that 2 hours prepping for the opening match. And then in between, you don't just sit down and wait for your next game, of course. You're constantly ticking over on the board. And that does take its toll. I don't care whether you're 25 or 66.
So we're not dealing with a fully fit Martin Adams. He did mention in the very start of the day, if you missed that, get your notification bell on. You won't miss it tomorrow. Get some interviews with the players at the start of the day. Get some insight into how they're feeling and what's going on. But he did mention in the interview that he's got a bit of a calf injury on the lead leg, so that's going to affect the balance line. And also around the shoulders, he's got a bit of arthritis kicking in.
Which we've seen has been affecting the release for Martin.
$140.
What a great
Martin, you require 95.
Didn't look possible. 60 with a left double 12.
79.
Noguera back for a 1-0 lead and a hold.
40.
loves it up this part of the board. If you love that, you should love the breakdown as well.
35.
Wow. Well,
Martin,
that
you
was
require
a
60.
long way away from the double.
I live closer.
They are much closer. They're right on the wire. Shuffles to the right. Can he use
No
them?
score.
Somehow, he has gone between them and not gone in.
Jesus, you require 5.
Martin took a second and a third look at that.
3.
Oh, he had his hand on his hip.
Martin, you
in
require 60.
disbelief, but gets another poke. They often go well inside. Well, it wasn't well inside. Shake of the head. Twos never lose.
Game shot on the first leg. Martin Adams.
Somehow, Martin has created a break of throw there. Yeah, a little rub of the head.
Second leg, it's Martin to throw
One
first.
that's got away.
Game on.
For Noguera.
I always like to look at the start of the day, see if we can find a real diamond of a stat somewhere within there. And I was just looking there as Martin Adams was potentially leaving himself on that double one.
59.
Martin Adams has thrown 44 darts, a double one in over his 350 matches here at the Super Series. At 21, that is not far off a 50%
100.
return rate.
On the worst double on the board.
Not for Martin, he loves it.
Yeah, he does. That's staggering. Usually when you find yourself on double one, it's been
100.
in a sequence where both have missed doubles and it's a bit added pressure on the double one, so that makes that stat even more incredible.
I can give you another quite incredible stat, actually. You
140.
mentioned yesterday that double 17 is the double that is least thrown at of any double on the board.
Yep.
I can tell you, out of the lineup we've got here, the 6 players in Group A, only Robert Thornton and Martin Adams have actually thrown at double 17 in the Super Series.
Wow.
85.
So that means Thibault Tricole in 141 matches. Matt Jackson in the mid-30s. Jesus coming up to the 30 mark now. And Andy Hamilton coming up to the 60 mark. Have never thrown a single dart double 17.
$41. Martin, you require 32. Game shot on the second
Clinical
leg.
this time
Martin Adams.
on the doubles, and despite a good effort from Nagura,
Third leg, it's Jesus to throw first.
Himself
Game on.
2 zip down. Solid leg from Martin. 13 dart hold.
90.
A bit petulant, wasn't it?
It's a strange switch, but on the same aspect, you mentioned this yesterday and today about Jesus from the part of the world he comes in will
100.
play a lot of soft tip darts. A lot of soft tip darts focuses on the bullseye.
Yeah. Yeah, depending on which system you're playing in, but majority of it
57.
is the entire ball area, including the 25 counts as 50, and they sort of just go ball, 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 one ball. Do have other games, of course, where you've got to play on the
140.
the traditional style of the game. You've played a bit of soft tip, haven't you?
No, it's
Have you
something I
not?
want. It's something I want to do.
Yeah, you
It's something
should.
I've looked into. I'm hoping to do some of that next year.
180.
Certainly want to spend a bit of time in America next year, so going around and
Well,
playing.
you will have the opportunity there.
Big fan of cricket.
Oh, it's a brilliant game.
In the dart sense, that is, not
Yeah.
the bat and ball.
60.
Yeah, it is a wonderful game, cricket. Played a lot of it myself when we were travelling America, playing competitions back in the day.
43.
So known as tactics. For good reason too.
$100. Hazers should require
Lost in a
131.
Big cricket tournament to John Lowe back in the day. I think it was Chicago. I did have a very good win over Paul Lim, who was superb at
71.
that particular
Martin, you
discipline.
require 101.
You could just say at darts.
Well, he's a great dart player, but specifically, he's a wonderful cricket player. There's a lot more to it than just throwing the darts. Hence why it's
69.
sometimes referred to as
Hazers should require
tactics.
60.
Well, Jesus went 2-0 down to Andy Hamilton yesterday and then reeled off 4 legs. Ended up winning 4-2.
Game
Is
shot on
this
the
the
third
start
leg.
of that process
Hazers
happening
Noguera.
again? Because it was around this sort of time, mid part of the day when that happened. That was the game he said to Andy Hamilton, go on, have a poke at the 167. And he took it.
Fourth leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
For a player who obviously likes the bullseye, it was a surprising layup, wasn't it? Are you doing that tour with,
85.
did you say Danny Baggish? You're doing a bit of
Yeah, we're
stuff in America? He's a very good cricket player. Good 501 player, of course, but a very accomplished cricket player.
There's quite a few big
100.
cricket opens go on out in America.
It's
and
massive in America. We would sometimes have more entries in the cricket events than we would the 01 events. Of course, the events back in the day were made up of a luck of the draw on a Friday night, and then over the course of 2 days, there was cricket singles,
100.
cricket doubles, cricket mixed, 01 mixed, 01 doubles, 01 singles. And they used to do a lovely thing where the MVP of the weekend was given it was usually about $1,000 and a massive, great big
96.
trophy to take home for the most valuable player of the weekend. Hasten to add, I probably won the award for spending
100.
the most money of the weekend.
That's something I don't have many trophies in that department of. We were chatting
70.
with Paul Nicholson last week, and one of the things that he buys a lot of expensive clothing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it made my eyes water just looking at his receipts. Wasn't even my bill.
66.
I probably spend 8 to 10 a year. Not pounds, mate.
105. Martin, you require 150.
An item that hit £10 per item of clothing.
I actually bought a beautiful jumper not too long ago. A Hugo Boss one that I left
36.
with my partner
Hazers should
to
require 130.
clean for me. It now would fit a 8-year-old child. Imagine, really pleased with that. Said I'm going to lose a bit of weight, but my goodness.
58. Martin, you require 114.
I think it cost more than my first car.
We was away not too long ago, and I saw this T-shirt. I'm like, oh, that's a nice T-shirt. She picks it up. She goes, why didn't you get it?
44.
Looked at the price tag. It was £12.
Hazers should
I'm like,
require
"Nah, put it back."
72.
Could be a pull back here for Jesus.
36.
Two well thrown darts right on the wire.
Martin, you require 70.
Super effort. But can Martin, not for the first time, step in? 88. Not been his friend. That continues.
66. Hazers should require 36.
2-2's about right for me. Lots can go wrong over here.
28. Martin, you require 4.
We're going to see him on that double one.
No score.
That. The negative
Jesus, you
dart on the double
require
one, something we
8.
don't see too often. Martin Adams in that department.
You cursed that earlier with that stat, didn't you?
And Jesus take it.
Game shot on the 4th
Maybe it was
leg.
Jesus'
Jesus
stats. Maybe-
Noguera.
He's right to be smiling, though, because he's been here before. Done 2-0
leg,
down
it's
to Andy
Jesus to
Hamilton
throw
yesterday and
first.
reeled it off to win 4-2.
Game on.
We're at that point again now. We're back to a level game. Jesus now has the advantage of throw. And normally when Jesus gets into these positions where he gets a bit scrappy, he then goes and throws some fantastic darts.
Yeah, he's made a habit of that over the last couple of
100.
days, hasn't he?
Like, you let him get away with something, and he's like, your lives are up.
Yeah.
You've had your opportunity.
And it's almost like he goes into free roll mode and just plays with absolute freedom.
82.
The shackles come off and he fancies the job.
Whenever you keep someone in a game, whenever you keep someone alive, they can always come back to bite you. And Jesus seems to be
140.
who has mastered the art of, if you keep me alive, I am going to punish you.
The Predator.
$100. $140.
Right on cue. I say you keep him alive, and this is where he produces 140, 140, 100. He's 3 visits in this leg. He's left 1-2-1 after 9. I think maybe we should
48.
call him Clock.
Jesus should require
like clockwork.
121.
Reliable.
Takes the 25 out first. Should stay there.
65.
An awkward dart. I'd like to have seen him move there, left or right.
$100. Jesus should
Old
require
school
56.
approach from Adams. The new way on 271, of course, will be starting on 19s, 4 of them and then 25.
46.
He would have gone that way. He'd have had a poke at 170.
Jesus will return then for the 10. Adams will be trying to get down as low as he can.
81.
Not a
Jesus
bad
should require
finish at 90.
10.
So is he going straight for this, or is he going to split? Straight at it, and that's a nice lie. The way his dart just stands
No score.
up, expect to see that one just
Martin,
go
you
underneath, but
require
it's gone
90.
well underneath and into the 12.
Must have been a snatch. Tops, tops.
30. Jesus should require 10. Game shot.
Like I said, Jesus loves double one.
You go your own way, son. Wow. Well, all the problems there stem from Martin back on 271 for me.
6th leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
But not for the first time. Jesus from 2-0 down finds himself 1 leg away from a 4-2 win.
Just crazy, isn't it, when we look at Jesus' stats on the outer ring yesterday at 42%. That is well above anything we expect to see. And then today,
60.
in this game, 15%, 3 from 19. He was the same in his earlier rounds as well, where he just really struggled on that outer ring.
I mean, good is anything sort of 33% and above. Anything over 40% for the course of a day is absolute quality, isn't it?
$78. $40.
Well, Christmas is on the horizon, just 47 days away, and these two are giving each other
60.
gifts in this game.
That's for sure.
Actually saw a Christmas tree yesterday on my little wander around.
59.
For sale or up?
Up.
Oh.
It was up in a cafe in the window.
Oh dear. Isn't that bad luck?
58.
Isn't there meant to be just 12 days of Christmas?
Depends who you ask. If you ask myself or Phil Bars, it might be
60.
120 days of Christmas.
I can remember the devastation of Barzy having to take his tree down eventually as we approached summer.
100. Martin, you require 122.
Well, you wouldn't have expected Jesus to get
79.
a shot the way he started
Jesus,
this
you
leg.
require 145.
This is a match opportunity for Jesus.
Well, the way Martin's been finishing, just 2 from 12.
130. Martin, you require 43.
You may get a go at the 15.
Game shot on the 6th leg.
As I mentioned,
Martin Adams.
of course he didn't. It's a 20-dart hold for Martin, but it is Jesus with the darts in the decider.
7th and final leg. It's Jesus to throw first. Game on.
Andy Hamilton against Thibault Tricole up next.
$135.
Quality that Tricole has as well. If it goes to a decider, they time their run to perfection.
Well, I said in the last leg when he had the throw that this is where he tends to produce. He went 100, 140, 140.
60.
And just like Tricole, very good example. When he started with a throw, he started with a big one, and then the opponent doesn't hit a treble. This means that Jesus just needs one treble a throw
57.
now to keep Martin at bay.
Yes, what about doing something early to give yourself a bit of breathing space and force your opponent to try that little bit too hard? And we saw that there. Not a good release from Morphy. You can see him gesturing. Yeah, he's just trying to almost replicate the release.
85.
Getting it right.
$100.
I wonder if the weight of the gold on that throwing hand would be putting unnecessary pressure into the shoulder.
Yeah, I certainly won't want anything on my throwing arm.
100.
That's for sure.
No. I'd find it just a distraction.
Especially the bracelet, which can go down.
Yeah.
And then he throws and it goes up. And
For as long as I can remember, he's wore a bracelet on that.
95.
throwing
Jesus, you
hand.
require 124.
well, 6 darts minimum for Jesus. He's going to tee it up.
84.
It's been his sort of MO.
Yep.
125. Jesus should
Just in
require
case.
40. Game,
But
shot,
it is
and the match.
Jesus Noguera who finds the required double top. And he picks up a further 2 points. And as we mentioned, that price for Noguera in that match felt like it was way too big. 78 averages for both, 180 apiece, but it is Noguera with the 2 points. Up next, it is Robert Thornton against Matt Jackson.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Jesus Noguera has just won a battle of a match against Martin Adams. We're just going to take a look and see how that affects the Group A table straight away, because Noguera is the man now closest to the top placed Thibault Tricole. 4 points clear still, Tricole, looking good going into the second half of today and the final day of action in this group. But Noguera is the closest one to him. Andy Hamilton 2 points behind him. That leaves Martin Adams with a lot of work to do if he's still thinking about the potential top spot. Probably more likely to be thinking about making it into Group B with a top 3 finish. And the next match is very significant in that race, because we have a meeting between the two players currently at the bottom of the table, both on 4 points, Robert Thornton and Matt Jackson. And when the pair met yesterday, well, Jackson got the better of Thornton, and quite convincingly as well. It was a 4-1 victory for the ADC ranked #1, looking to be the first ADC representative to make it through to Champions Week, if he can manage to do that this week. Thornton going down in that one. He's had a disappointing week so far, it has to be said. He himself called it a disaster at the start of today's play, and it hasn't got an awful lot better, but he did managed to sneak that double in against Martin Adams to double his points tally earlier today. So it is that battle at the bottom of the table. Will it be Jackson who has liftoff, or can Robert Thornton start to rise? Let's find out with Mason Matz.
Yeah, you sort of feel whoever loses this one is sort of out the running and would be probably, you know, trying to sneak a third place at best. However, one thing we've just took a note of was the bookies' odds. We saw in the last one, Jesus Noguera was one to get involved with. This one is not one to get involved in my personal opinion. 2-5, Robert Thornton against Matt Jackson. I don't like that one bit. We've not seen much from Robert Thornton at the moment to suggest that he should be that sort of price against anybody at the moment.
First
yes, he got
leg,
a
it's
victory
Robert to throw first.
last time out, 4-2 against Martin Adams, but there was a lot of missed doubles in that game and he only averaged 78. He averaged 84 in his defeat to Thibault Tricole.
140.
So Matt Jackson, like the opposite. We know he's done well away from here. We know he's done well on the
82.
ADC tour. That's why he's the number one on the order of merit system. The 30 titles that he's picked up. And he's showing some signs today.
83.
He beat Jesus Noguera in his opening game 4-3. And then likely should have gone 3-0 up against table-topping Thibault Tricole. He had that
96.
125 out. He had 130 out yesterday, so there's enough clues in there to suggest that 2-5 wouldn't be getting a single penny.
21.
Not a cent. Not even if you dropped it on the floor and I picked it up. Not that you'd drop any money, it'd land on your head.
100.
I'm surprised you like Christmas because you wouldn't spend it.
180.
Charlie Colstefine giving that the full beans. Look at this for a reply.
140. Robert, you require 77.
Moonwalk. 18 tops and he's under it.
37. Matt, you
Overpitched.
require 83.
This is why I don't like those odds, because Matt Jackson's not... He's playing to a level where he's going to get opportunities like this, and you certainly won't want to be sat there watching
Robert,
this
you require 40.
with such a skinny return
Game
that
shot on the
produces.
first leg.
No,
Robert
you wouldn't want your
Thornton.
rent money on this one. 16 dart hold.
Second leg, it's
Match
Matt to
number 9
throw
of
first.
15 we're bringing you in this session. And I think his scoring's been much, much improved today for Jackson.
140.
Yeah, and with that sort of warning of those odds, it's not saying that we don't think Robert Thornton's going to win.
81.
He is probably the most likely winner, but it's just nowhere near the probability that suggests.
No, exactly. The price suggests it's going to be fairly one-sided, and I just don't see it that way.
You're going to be in for a bumpy ride.
Yeah.
100.
And Thornton will have to be relying on Jackson missing doubles. And he's missed one at the ball already. So in the opening leg.
180.
I was leaving it there, see if you wanted to come in for the 180.
140. Matt, you require 121.
The ball first double 18 for a 12.
103.
We'll return. We'll have choices. Could go straight at this at the double 9, or we could choose to split.
140.
After
Matt, you
back-to-back
require
140s for
18.
Thornton, I think he'd be going straight at it. Just misses on the inside wire.
No
He's had a
score.
ball
Robert, you require 40.
1-0. And he's just missed starts to win leg 2. Should be there, just bumped straight in.
20.
Went for the open side.
Matt, you require 18. Game shot on the second
From
leg.
his favourite back as a
Matt
bit
Jackson.
of a bumpy ride. And this is why those sort of... You're going to be watching darts at doubles. Whether they go in or not.
If you back
Third
Thornton,
leg,
you're
it's
going to
Robert
be
to throw first. Game
praying
on.
for Jackson to miss.
You're going to be facing opportunities. You're going to be watching hits and misses, both for and against.
26.
I've seen much better 2 to 5s in my life.
82.
Now this
96.
yesterday was a victory for Matt Jackson, 4-1 that game. Robert Thornton did average 91 in that match. It was only 10% on the outer
60.
ring, just 1 conversion out of the 10 darts he threw at a double in that game. It's kind of been his problem throughout.
59.
But that just shows that Jackson was handling the scoring.
$95.
You don't win titles if you haven't got that high ceiling of ability and being able to dig something out at the right moment. When you win the amount of titles that Matt Jackson has,
125.
shows that there's a lot more in the locker than what is produced so far, and it's just when that comes out. Got a minimum 5 days
94.
here. Starting in Group A, we saw him yesterday. We'll see him today in Group A, tomorrow in Group A, and then he'll move into either Group B or C on Thursday and Friday, depending
24.
on the results that will
Matt,
come for the rest of this campaign.
170.
He's only picked up the 1 win today, but it's without doubt a much better performance
58.
today than yesterday. Even though it's resulted so far in exactly the same results
97.
in terms of wins.
Matt, you
but
require
we'll have
112.
2 more games to play after this one. Tops.
92. Robert, you
Oh,
require
could be.
74.
3-0 up. Could find himself 2-1 down.
Game shot on the 3rd leg. Robert Thornton.
Dodged a bullet there.
He's dodged 2 essentially because Jackson's had darts to
4th
break
leg, it's Matt to throw first.
both of Robert Thornton's throws, but that was a good solid finish there for Robert Thornton. He needed that.
97. $123. 82. 99.
Good pace to this game. Robert Thornton's actually picked up the ante a little bit as well, hasn't he?
Agreed. It's suiting both. Very, very similar tempo.
134. 99.
Needed another to leave a finish.
95.
Oh, what a great recovery. Could have found himself in a spot of bother. Now he's got a decision to make. Does he go ball?
140.
I was just about to say what Robert
Matt, you
Thornton would do
require
for a
93.
140 there. Leaves tops after 12. He needs the treble. Now they go double-double, or he needs a treble. It has to be a hit, whatever he chooses. Single will not help.
$73.
Again,
And
just
for the
comes
first
underneath.
time,
Robert, you require
buckles the wire,
40.
doesn't he?
Game shot on the 4th leg.
And last
Robert
dart
Thornton.
from Thornton piles on the pain. A 15 dart breaker throw.
5th leg, it's Robert to throw
Robert
first.
Puts
Game
him
on.
within 1, but my goodness. Another missed dart for Matt Jackson.
60.
Matt Jackson has had a dart at the double every single leg so far.
140.
That's no 2 to 5.
No, it's a bumpy ride. That's what you can expect. You certainly don't want to be sat watching
140.
someone throwing darts at doubles in every single leg if you're sat on 2 to 5 shot.
100.
And Jackson not rolling over. Still digging in. 140, 100. Still fancies this one.
42.
Has the higher average than his opponent, despite missing darts at doubles.
140.
But the damage is done there. 1 from 8, 3 from 9 for Robert Thornton on that.
127. Matt, you require 121.
3.33% that we referred to. Treble 13. Oh, double 10.
101. Robert, you
Could take
require
out a 125
132.
earlier in the day. Thornton's going to start on the ball himself.
Perfect. Say that if you were going for a ball shot, you could walk up to the board, place it in, and you put it there.
112. Matt, you require 20. Game
That's
shot on the
breaker
fifth
throw.
play.
Well,
Matt Jackson.
It's his second dart in the double at 10 attempts. Well, he'll
Sixth
now
leg,
be
it's
throwing
Matt to
burst
throw
take this
first.
to a decider, and anything can happen at 3-all.
135.
This is, dare I say, the best we've seen from him so far in terms of composure and
Consistency.
delivery. Yeah.
40.
He's not wavered. We've not seen any negative body language. A little bit of frustration, and rightly so, because
125.
he knows that this scoreline possibly could be the other way around.
I'm enjoying the pace of Matt Jackson. At the minute.
140.
The
Well, we
pace
picked
is-
up on it really early, didn't we, in his opening match of the day?
This is the pace he should throw
91.
darts at.
Agreed.
100. Matt, you require 150. $40.
Dart skewed away after making contact with the previous one. May go
131. Matt, you require
treble 17 with
110.
success. Treble 18. And he went ball tops.
70. Robert, you require 90.
This is a match shot for Robert Thornton. That's a long way off. That's perfect. Tops.
50.
Tops the same
Matt, you
thing for Matt
require
Jackson
40.
to take this all the way to a last leg shootout. Shootout which would see Robert Thornton throwing first.
Game shot on the sixth leg.
Matt
Matt
Jackson
Jackson.
yesterday managed to deliver a leg in 13 darts. That will be 5 visits to the board. He's going to have
Seventh
to be
and final
around
leg. It's
about
Robert to
there
throw
if
first.
he is
Game
going to
on.
take this decider.
Well, he took out a 13 darter in
100.
leg 5.
$85.
This one in the balance. Oof.
140.
First big blow going to Robert Thornton.
60.
And there's the gap. Can Robert Thornton drive it home? He only needs that one treble a throw now, and that's
85.
fine.
It's that comfort cushion. Needs to fill it.
99.
Jackson's going to win this. You feel he's going to need to survive match darts.
He is now,
140.
because Thornton has left 36 after 4 scoring visits.
60. Robert, you require 36. Game, shot,
Well, the
and the
bookies
match.
may have
Robert
got it right, but
Thornton.
in my opinion, they got that one massively wrong. But it is Thornton who picks up a much-needed win. And he moves on to 6 points. When we come back, match number 10, Jesus Noguera against Thibault Tricole.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. You're indeed watching here on Sporty Stuff TV or live on the MODUS YouTube channel, where that tenacious tartan tungsten terrier that is Robert Thornton has just fought for another victory, 4-3 against Matt Jackson, and it sees Thornton come off the bottom of the Group A today. But as you can see, they're now level on points with Martin Adams on 6. 2 behind Andy Hamilton in 3rd place. Jackson left stranded at the bottom on 4 points, and it was Miss Jackson, wasn't it, in that previous match? He had opportunities to win all of the first 3 legs, but he went 2-1 behind and went on to lose the game. And now attention turns to the top of that table. It's a battle between the top 2. Either Thibault Tricole will pull clear or Jesus Noguera will get it tight at the top. And you can see here, Tricole did get the better of his Spanish opponent yesterday, a 4-2 success, taking out that 96 checkout, and also played some good stuff today as well, Thibault Tricole, including this fabulous 104 checkout against the aforementioned Robert Thornton, who is fighting back. But will Tricole leave them all with too much to do, or can Nagura make it a little bit more interesting in that race for first place? Let's find out. Back to Matt and Chris.
Yeah, that game yesterday, Thibault Tricole versus Jesus Nagura. Game of the day, 94.76 Thibault Tricole, 96.38 Jesus. That was the game where Jesus Nagura took the 170, and actually you can go back onto the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, and that is Game of the Day. Game of the Day, a feature that we clip up and upload onto YouTube, so you can go back and watch the standout match. And both of these will be hoping that they can take that honour again today, but we've already had a good runner for that one earlier on, not too long ago.
First leg, it's Jesus to throw first.
Thibault Tricole
Game on.
involved in that one as well. Victory over Andy Hamilton. 4-3, a game that went all the way.
As Outcast said, I'm sorry, Miss Jackson, and Matt will be sorry he missed those opportunities in the last one against Robert Thornton. But this one is a fascinating
45.
matchup. As you've already wonderfully put, these two already have a bit of history.
You'd sort of see that as well, couldn't you? Like
40.
the handshake, it was very embraced. It was very like, here we go again. Let's go and have a game. Let's go have a performance.
There was plenty of respect there, wasn't there?
140.
Actually, when you look at the table as well, Thibault Tricole, he's cutting himself away at the top.
Yep.
And we're sort of getting to that point now where every single win now for Tricole is
100.
looking more and more likely that he's just going to go straight through to Saturday.
Yeah.
59.
Obviously, to get
127.
through to Saturday, you've got to be the winner of Group A. Second and third, they'll go into Group B. That is on Thursday and
83.
Friday evening. Group C will be the bottom 3 players of this group, joined by 3 further players. That is Cam Crabtree, Scott Taylor. They're both making debuts here. Scott
60.
Taylor is a much more experienced debutant than most would be. And David Wazuki. Group B, when we're talking about experience,
60. Jesus, you
this
require
whole
160.
group joining us, experienced players, all played over 100 matches. That's Justin Smith of Wales, Stephen Burton, and Lee Cox, who I believe is the
112.
London
Thibault, you
county
require
captain.
114.
Of course, Justin Smith had recent success, didn't he, on the Challenge Tour?
74. Jesus, you
Certainly a
require 4.
seriously talented player, the Welshman.
Game shot on the first leg.
Noguera
Jesus Noguera.
takes first blood. 19.
Second leg, it's Thibault to throw first.
The bookies didn't have a clue really in this one, did they? They went 5 to 6 each of 2.
83.
I think that'd be
That's-
the same. I'd be sat on
Yeah.
the fence right next to them. Just having a look again at the Group B and Group C players coming in.
140.
As you've probably gathered already, I like proper nicknames, quirky nicknames, nicknames that have got a lot of thought to them. Lee Cox, who you're going to see
135.
on Thursday and Friday night, absolutely huge fan of his nickname. So he's from London, and his nickname is the Crafty Coxie.
121.
Mm. Well, of course, the
140.
original nickname of Phil Taylor was the Crafty Potter. Obviously, reference to his guidance by the crafty Cockney Eric Bristow. And of course, the Potter is where the crafty Potter
100.
come from.
Thibault, you
Crafty Cockney,
require
of course, club
143.
in America that Eric frequented back in the day as a youngster.
54. Jesus,
The
you require
Crafty Potter has to go in
140.
the same bracket as Dream Boy and 009.
009, I remember James when he was 009.
100. Thibault, you require 89.
Used a shed load of 9 darters, hence the 009. Perfect first start.
57.
Good effort.
Jesus, you
Noguera
require
tops the
40.
2-zip.
Cole can't watch. Got his back to the
30.
board. But he'll like what he's
Thibault,
hearing.
you require 32.
Disaster. Dodged a bullet on the 89, and he's allowed Tricole back in.
16.
Misses again.
Jesus, you require 10.
Seen him up round here a few times today, haven't we?
You sort of feel the practice room's probably going to be hoping Jesus takes this, because otherwise Tricole's just going to pull away and almost eliminate everybody from the opportunity of qualifying through this group.
Six. Thibault, you require 16.
Now, two very well thrown darts.
8.
Unlike that one.
How many is that
Jesus, you
now? That's
require
9.
4.
We mentioned that game of the day gets clipped up. This was game of the day yesterday. Long way off that at the moment.
No
This one will be
score.
on the cutting room floor.
Thibault, you require 8.
They've had 19 darts at a double between them, and 1 hit from Noguera.
Game shot on the second leg. Thibault Tricole.
Going back to nicknames, if you wasn't
Third
aware,
leg, it's Hayes to throw
009, that was
first.
James Wade.
Game
Dream
on.
Boy was Gary Anderson. If you can think of any more, 'cause I'm sure I'm missing some out here. There were some terrible nicknames. If you can think of any terrible nicknames, please do get in contact. We've got Twitter open here. I've got my one open at the Edgar 501. If you don't
60.
mind sending in any that you can remember there, you can also get us on at MSS Darts.
Wasn't Nigel Hayden the Undertaker?
He was originally the
100.
Butcher,
That's right.
and then he changed to the Undertaker. Yeah.
Due to his jobs.
Yes. And I don't mean your
41.
usual traditional terrible nicknames like Chizzy. Or the Asp or Northy.
Northy.
Like real
60.
proper terrible ones, not just I'm going to chuck a Y on the end of my name.
The worst one's got to be the coat.
It
140.
weren't originally called Mr. Coat.
Yeah, Mr. Coat. I was like, is he like Mr. Ben? Is he going to come out with a different coat on or something? I don't know.
140.
That is horrible, isn't it? Probably just because it didn't translate. I'm not sure, but yeah, that was...
140.
Jan Dekker, that was, if you're wondering which player was attached to being Mr. Coat. And then he just did a walk-on with a coat on, didn't he?
105.
It's like if you
Jesus
ordered Roger
require
Federer off of Wish.
120. 50. Thibault, you require 96. Game shot on the third leg. Thibault Tricole.
From nowhere. Tricole from 1-0 down. Finds himself a 2-1 up. Best
Fourth
leg of
leg,
the
it's
match
Thibault
so
to
far.
throw first.
15-dart
Game
break
on.
of throw.
60.
What was the one that used to wear gloves, fingerless gloves, when he came on stage? Wesley Harms. What was his nickname?
Soon to be Matt
60.
Jackson wearing the gloves. Wesley Harms, sort of Sparky, because
Yeah,
he was an
that's right.
electrician.
Yeah.
180.
That is the job now.
$60.
There was a game you could do around the World
100.
Championship where you could like put your bits in and it would like come up with a darts nickname for you.
All right.
And I think there was only like 7 nicknames
36.
loaded in
Thibault
there. And
require
everyone just got
161.
A mixture of them all.
one version of the 7.
99. $85. Thibault, you require 62. 30.
I'm actually just looking through a list of nicknames. There is actually a Mr. Ben.
Oh.
Ben Hazel.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Mr. Ben.
Yeah. I think he's played in the Super Series.
Oh, here's one you've got to try and live up to.
180.
William
Thibault, you
Leonard is
require
called
32.
Mr. Consistency.
Ooh,
Game shot on the fourth leg.
that's a tough old
Thibault
nickname, isn't it?
Tricole.
16-dart hold gives Tricole a 3-1 lead. Mr. Consistent. Yeah, that's...
Fifth leg, it's Jesus to throw first. Game on.
Oh, here's one for you. Callan Ridds, who we now know as the Riot, used to be called Lightning Box.
62.
Better than Litter Box, I suppose.
$81. $58.
Oh, there's another one I forgot, actually. Daryl Gurney, the Dude.
Oh, yeah.
100.
Oh, wow. Dean Winstanley's old nickname. This takes
92.
the Chizzies out of the water completely. His nickname was Dino,
Well, that's just his name.
with an O.
82.
But there's loads of blokes I know called, hey up, Dino, you all right, pal?
80.
Oh, there's another prime time. Jeff Geim.
Never heard of him.
100.
Here, there's Mr. Coat.
Thibault,
And
you
actually,
require
Mr. Coat wasn't just
138.
MR Coat. It was actually the full spelling of Mr.
Ooh.
58.
Well,
Jesus, you
to stay
require
in it,
69.
Jesus on 69. Tops.
49. Thibault, you require 80. Game, shots, and the match.
And it is
Thibault
Tricole who takes out the 80. It was a fairly low-key match. In the end, we gave it the big build-up. Unfortunately, it did not deliver. When we come back, it's Andy Hamilton against Robert Thornton.
Hi there, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series where Thibault Tricole's Portsmouth party continues. A 4-1 success against Jesus Noguera sees him pull even further clear at the top of the Group A table. And there it is, Thibault 6 points in front now of Noguera, 8 points ahead of Andy Hamilton and 10 points ahead of the rest of the field. Matt Jackson at the bottom on 4, Robert Thornton and Martin Adams on 6 apiece. Now, Andy Hamilton is on 8 points, but Thornton has just started to turn things around, winning his last 2 games and could go level with the Hammer as he bids to make it into that top 3. Hamilton did, though, beat Robert Thornton when the duo met yesterday. A 4-2 success for the former World Championship finalist, who's played some decent stuff today. It was the front end of the day yesterday when he played his best stuff, but it's been more mixed today. He did take out a nice 112 checkout against Jesus Noguera yesterday, but we're not going to see that. We're going to see Thibault Tricole taking out the 104 against Robert Thornton earlier on. Thibault Tricole, of course, who was... Oh, we are going to see it. Look at that, as if by magic. double 16 for Hamilton. Fantastic finish, and yeah, it's a meeting between two players who were in the Premier League together around a decade ago, but here they are fighting for Super Series supremacy. Now, at this point of the day, Chris Mason would normally be here reflecting on what's happened so far, but we are running a little bit behind schedule. Instead of me asking him for his opinions, I'm going to let Matt Edgar do it instead.
How do you feel about this then, Chris?
I don't have one. No comment. Yeah, it's been an up and down day for everyone, really, with the exception of Thibault Tricole, who, well, he's pretty much got 1 foot in the final, hasn't he? We're only a day and 3/4 through, but he looks the man to beat. He's pulling clear at the top. But it has been a couple of wins for Thornton. Andy Hamilton that will be wanting to steady the ship. Lost last time out, 4-3 to Thibault Tricole.
First leg, it's Andy to throw first.
And
Game
prior
on.
to that, went down 4-1 to Nagura. So he needs to stop the rot, doesn't he?
He did this yesterday as well, didn't he? He started the day really well, then sort of tailed in that middle part of the day. All of his wins came at the very start.
Correct.
60.
Well, Thornton seems to be getting stronger as the day
100.
goes. That last game, that win over Matt Jackson was a 91.79, which is...
And it was a pressured win as well.
Matt Jackson right on his tail all the way throughout, and then he produced a very good leg in the last. Probably really the only leg of the match that he kept Matt Jackson away from having an
81.
opportunity, which...
Well, it was the only leg he didn't get a dart and a double in was the decider.
$81.
We've had a couple of tweets come in. One is from Paul Croucher, who's actually tweeted me on @theEdgar501 and said Cam Crabtree, who is playing in Group C, I believe, later on this week, is yet to acquire a nickname. Maybe we can help him out with it. Of course
140.
we can.
Well, I hope he's small, because then I'd call him the Big Apple.
Would you call him the Big Apple, the Big Apple?
100.
Well, yeah, it works both ways, I think, but got a little bit more. It's a bit like Martin Schindler, really, the Wall.
Do like that sort of British humour. I remember, I always bring this story up because it's my favourite one, where he's in a garden in Germany
60.
and was with Vincent van der Meer, who's quite a small bloke, and his nickname used to be Massive. And he didn't quite get that it was British humour. So he was
60.
stood there
And you
debating
require
it for ages. But I'm small,
160.
man. He's like, I'm small. He's like, why am I massive? And then there was a really big bloke. And he's like, he should be massive. He's big. And we're like, no, he would be tiny and you're massive. And yeah, I don't think we got through in the end.
No, comedy doesn't quite work.
120. Robert, you require
Especially the
160.
British sense of humour. You do like a
60.
touch of sarcasm.
And you require 40.
Sarcasm
I'm
and
a big
irony.
fan. Yeah.
Game shot on the first leg.
Ready start
Andy Hamilton.
for Andy Hamilton. 16 dart hold.
Second leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
Andy won this tie yesterday 4-2. He'll be looking to do the double.
180.
Other ideas. What's your take
121.
on other people using other people's nicknames? Yeah.
There's one recently, isn't there?
83.
Louis Williams is the Prince of Wales. He actually spoke to Richie Burnett about that before using it as
What?
well.
obviously the wizard, which was Colin Osborne before. Simon Whitlock, and then of course the most controversial one,
85.
former world #1 Alan Warner, the Iceman, which is now of course Gezi Price's nickname, but Gezi Price was called the Iceman when he played rugby, due to those safe hands, I presume.
And when it comes to, if you put Simon Whitlock next to Colin Osborne and
Robert,
say,
you require
which one of them two is the wizard, you're always going to pick Simon Whitlock.
Yeah.
It was more suitable in that situation. Robert Thornton on a 153.
Shot on the second
What
leg.
a finish.
Robert Thornton.
180 in the leg as well, and a 153 checkout for a 12-dart hold and a level game.
Third leg, it's Andy to throw
That
first.
one's going to go into the highlights.
Well, we said Robert Thornton's kind of warming to the task as this goes on. He had, in his words, a disastrous day yesterday, day one. It didn't start great, but it's warming up here.
177.
Andy Hamilton, as good as a max there, the 177. It keeps the 9-dart hope alive as well. Andy Hamilton was involved in
95.
that game earlier with Thibault Tricole, game number 7, when I said that potentially is going to be the one that hits the MODUS Super Series channel later as game of the day. These two have got a lot to say about that.
Right now they have. Come on, Andy.
140. $83.
Andy Hamilton has played coming up to 60 matches so far in the Super Series, and his best average he's produced is a 100.74. That is under serious threat at the moment.
54.
Well done, Matt.
$96.
Robert Thornton.
And you require 130.
Career best.
109, is it?
A 109.31.
Pretty tidy. What's your best ever recorded average? Can you remember it? Anywhere.
Honestly,
54.
I can't remember it. I know my best this year, I think, is a 107.
Wow.
60.
What was that?
And you
Q scored
require
against Leonard
76.
Gates, I think. No, it was against Kai Fang Lang. The Leonard Gates, I think, was like a 105 or so. I had a really good day.
$37.
Oh dear.
Robert, you require 167.
Well, Hamilton's at a 167. Gonna say, can Thornton do one against him?
95. And you require 39.
To continue the trend of holds of throw.
Game shot on the third leg.
Well,
Andy Hamilton.
still only an 18-dart leg in the end, but it's ended the hopes of a...
Fourth leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game
Ended
on.
the hopes completely. It's still averaging 100 after 3 legs.
Well, he completed nearly 300 of those points in the first 5 darts.
Yeah.
Took him 13 darts to complete the other 200.
$134.
He is playing very, very well here. Thornton's not too shabby at 95 and change.
93.
Yeah, really, really good standard here. The 153 finish as well from Robert Thornton to get his chalk on the board. But Andy Hamilton on these front sort of 6 to 9 darts.
140.
Doing the damage.
Fucking peak Andy Hamilton on those opening shots.
That
81.
relentless pressure has crafted an error out of Robert Thornton. So Andy now has the darts here.
Hamilton, one of the players that will be eligible for the Seniors World
57.
Championship come February.
Yep. Well, considering he was a losing finalist, of course, in a Worlds to Adrian Lewis, wasn't it? You would expect he would
99. And you require
potentially
170.
be one of those that gets an invite. He's certainly playing well enough, but
And I sort of feel Andy Hamilton would be more suitable to that.
yeah.
I think he's going for this. He's just checked. He sees Thornton on the 132. He's got to. He's got to go. He's took the 167 this week.
145.
Right,
Robert,
take
you
the 170
require
on this occasion. Robert
132.
Thornton took a 153 in this match.
For the first time today, missing the
92.
second ball, and
you require
again,
25.
it was a really nice ball. It was an inviting ball. 9 for 2 8s for 3-1.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
And a breaker throw
Andy
there
Hamilton.
for Andy Hamilton. And just to jump straight back to that point I was making about Andy Hamilton, where I think he'd be better suited
Fifth
to
leg, it's Andy to
the
throw
format
first.
of the
Game
Senior
on.
World Championship. If we look at his opening game yesterday, he averaged 95.38 and beat Matt Jackson 4-1. Today, opening game averaged 93.99 and beat Martin Adams 4-1. Now, instead of having to go back and get ready to play more games, he'll
134.
go home and get to come back again. And one thing we can see is he can certainly prepare for that first game correctly.
Yeah.
140.
And that will come down to experience of playing so much TV darts over the years, and it is much easier. You sort of, especially when you're on first, which he was yesterday, wasn't he? Was he on first yesterday?
Yeah, first game yesterday,
Yeah,
second
so
game today.
you know exactly what time you're on. You get your prep exactly right,
140.
and that seems to work for him.
180.
This is turning out to be some game.
Both players over the 100 average now. We're at 180 for Robert Thornton, puts him over the top. Andy Hamilton on 105. Remember, the best we've seen from Andy Hamilton
100.
in any version of this format is a 100.74. Right now, he is well on course to better that.
127.
Thornton
And you require
trying for the treble 7 to leave
127.
tops, but this is to win it in 12 and trump his previous PB.
$115.
recovery.
Robert, you
And great
require
for the average.
54.
You're only going to get one dart. You should have got two.
Game shot.
Doesn't
the
need
fifth
to. He only
leg.
needs one. Robert
Thornton.
Thornton, why didn't you leave tops yesterday? Because he's hitting it with good purpose.
Sixth leg, it's Robert to throw first.
And that is a breaker throw for
Game
Robert
on.
Thornton.
Yes, an instant break back. Super leg of darts from both in the last one.
58.
Thornton going out in 12. Hamilton leaving a double after 12.
When you've got the darts and you're trying to win a game, and you've thrown first, you just think to yourself, 15 darts. You can go out in 15, it forces your opponent to do 12, which isn't the most
70.
likely outcome. It doesn't happen that often. What we saw from Robert Thornton there, it can only be described as class.
You're
100.
looking at yesterday, we had 111 from Tricole, 2 13s from Adams, a 12 from Noguera with that 170. Hamilton chipped in with 2 13s, Matt Jackson a 13, Thornton 2
134.
14s. So that shows you how rare the 4 visit or less leg is.
140.
Statistically, right now, this is the game of the week, never mind the game of the day.
With that in mind, you've got to say as a neutral, you'd like to see it go all the way to a last leg shootout.
59.
That's because we're a bit sadistic.
140.
It's looking like it is going to go to that shootout again. After 12 darts, Robert Thornton down to a nice, simple 2-dart finish. He's not missed a dart at double yet, Robert Thornton. He's only had 2 darts at double. One of them were at the end of a 1-5-3 combination. Andy Hamilton not been too shabby on the outer ring himself. 3 from 6. So every single stat.
Robert, you require 63.
Just shows quality.
$51.
That was for a potential 14 darter. Then a 15, fortunately. And rarely, Hamilton not down to a finish after 12 himself.
Thornton's not going to want any drama here. He's going to get this mocked up with a first or second dart.
Robert,
He doesn't want to be
12.
coming inside and chasing down the threes and finding it last dart in hand.
Game shot on the 6th
Good
flag.
darts. One on the
Good
right.
advice.
Thornton.
One in. No drama.
Back-to-back legs.
7th and final leg. It's Andy to throw first.
Back-to-back
Game on.
legs for Thornton levels the match. And it started with a 16-dart hold, then that 1-5-3 12-darter for Thornton, and then back-to-back legs in 18 and 14 for Hamilton, then 12 and 17
96.
for Thornton.
Well, Chris Murphy said, I've got to ask you for your thoughts. Who takes this one?
134.
Only doing what I'm told.
I don't know, give me another minute or so. You would think on throw, how reliable he's been,
137.
it would be Hamilton. Thornton does have his tail up.
60.
$39 points plus these, but unless he finds another treble 20, he's going to have to switch. Oh, beautiful dart, placed in the open bed.
140.
Tried to force that one in between the two, but he'll take a 140.
Well, it's exactly what we said, wasn't it? You look at a 15-dart leg when you've got the throw.
140.
He'd be more than happy
you
here with a
require
setup play that would leave him a
128.
double after 12.
Exactly that. He'd love 2 treble 20s and double 4. He'd love another one of those and double 10. Well, he went 42-32. Here you go, 20 for tops.
88. Robert, you require 167.
Well, he's done exactly what he did in the last one. Left a double after 12, which is quality darts. And as you say,
28.
Robert Thornton found some absolute
And you
class
require 40.
to get that breaker throw. Can't do it this time. Andy will return. Tops to wrap this one up.
Game,
That
shots,
was a
and the
quality
match. Andy
affair
Hamilton.
there from Andy Hamilton. A 13 dart to wrap that up, and a career best in this format for Andy Hamilton. That previously was 100.74. He now ups that to 103.27. Robert Thornton played his part there in what was a quality affair. Both players over the 50% on their checkouts. A massive 153 checkout for Robert Thornton. I suspect we'll see more of that game later on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel as game of the day. But we've got some more games to come, so we might be giving that award out a little bit early. Martin Adams and Matt Jackson up next. They'll have something to say about that.
Welcome back. I'm not surprised you're still watching after that real tungsten tear-up between Andy Hamilton and Robert Thornton. What a game it was. We'll just dissect the stats for that game because it was Andy Hamilton's best performance in the group. Hamilton now moving up onto 10 points, level with second place Jesus Noguera, 6 behind Thibault Tricole. Martin Adams, Robert Thornton on 6, and Matt Jackson on 4, but looking to join them in the next game. He faces Martin Adams. As I was saying, Andy Hamilton averaged 103.27 in that 4-3 success against Robert Thornton, who himself averaged almost 97. A really good game of darts. A 1-5-3 checkout in there for the Thorn as well, but wasn't enough to stop the hammer running riot and posting his best ever average at the Super Series. I mentioned before it was a Premier League game 10 years ago, and it had that standard about it as well, didn't it? Well, let's see if the next pair can follow that kind of level as Martin Adams prepares to do battle with Matt Jackson. When the pair met yesterday, it did go the way of Wolfie, getting the job done with a whitewash in that one. But we've seen some decent stuff from Jackson today. Took out a very nice 1-2-5 checkout against France's Thibault Tricole earlier on, the league leader. Jackson starting on the 25, going up for the treble 20, and then perfectly pinning tops. When his doubles have been right, he's been okay, certainly capable of living with any of the players scoring in the group, but now and again, a few legs, a few matches where he's had some double trouble. So it has all of the makings have been another good game, but let's see if they can follow that. Over to the boys in the box.
Thank you very much, Murph. Yes, a fascinating little matchup. And again, crunching through the numbers and especially looking at the form of Martin Adams today, where he's lost with a 74 in match number 2. Lost with an 84 against Thornton. Went down 4-3 to Nagura. You've got to fear for him here. He's lost 3 on the spin. It has to be said, last time out, Jackson averaging over 90. He's won 1 of his last 3. Probably would take them on here, looking at the numbers and the averages. Jackson priced up at 2
First leg, it's Martin to throw first.
I agree.
Game on.
I think this is a price. I don't think 4-11's a play at all. And, you know, we look at Martin, it's not just the level of performance, but it's how it's happening as well.
Yeah, he's obviously struggling.
And he mentioned that at the very start of the day, that he does have injuries and concerns on the balance line, on the shoulder, with arthritis. He's not comfortable from head to toe.
No.
Matt Jackson kicks off with a 180. Yes, I'm going to do it all week.
83.
Matt Jackson sort of warmed to the task a little bit, hasn't he? Sort of got, against Thibault Tricole, he probably should have got victory in that game, really. He had him completely on the ropes. He got a victory against Jesus Noguera in the opening game. He was very good in that game with Robert Thornton, 4-3, and again, had plenty of opportunities in that. He had opportunities in every leg but the last.
Yeah. It took some clinical finishing from
100
Thornton to deny him. And we've just seen how well Thornton has played in the last game, so that's a very good form line.
$140. Matt, you require 130.
Jackson did find a 130 yesterday. He's using the 5-5 on that occasion. If he's going to find this, he's got to find a way around that dart into the treble 20 to give him a dart at the ball.
Does he go ball or does he go 54?
44.
For the ball.
Martin, you require 160.
The reason I don't like that shot is it's the smallest target on the board, and if you hit a 25, you've got to go again at the ball, and if more often than not you'll hit the ball trying to hit the 25.
40. Matt, you require
from being
86.
in absolute control, he's right under it.
He's made a mess of it.
33.
Martin Adams looked like he was completely
Martin
out of this
required
leg. He went
20.
140, 140. Let's give him a bite at this 210s. That's a nice layup.
Game shot on the first leg. Martin Adams.
He was slow out the blocks, but certainly steamed round that corner at a high speed.
Yeah,
Second leg, it's
all
Matt
come
to
from
throw
that
first.
130 and trying to force the issue, wasn't he? It was a blocker. Sometimes you've just got to
60.
take your medicine and run for cover. Maybe come down for the 19s, or there was plenty of options.
$125. 45. $97. $45.
Martin Adams finding
140.
his best of the day so far
Yeah.
here. It's almost like, you want to question me, do you, boys?
How dare you? How very dare you?
100. Martin, you require 139.
Surely got to come down.
59.
A rare dart at treble 19 for Martin Adams.
91. Martin, you require 80.
It's almost like Matt's still running through leg one in his head. Literally, just got to throw it in the bin. It can't be changed.
60.
You can only change
Matt, you
the
require
now.
160.
Says Mr. Headshaker himself.
I was going to say he's almost got a
100.
frozen it, but you probably won't
Martin, you
get that
require
reference.
20.
Let It Go. Popular song from the film Frozen,
Game
one you
shot on
probably
the
never
second
watched.
leg.
Nope.
Martin Adams.
Is it a kids' film?
Yes.
No.
Third leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Well, we questioned him.
He should, I don't know about let it go. He should let it throw.
$140.
For everything Martin Adams has been through, not just today, but the back
100.
end of yesterday, this is beyond quality. To be able to dig this up after you've taken blow after blow after blow.
68.
It's gutsy, isn't it?
41.
And right now, there seems to be no sign that he's going to be stopping. He's charging to the finishing line. Charging to victory and charging to
58.
points. He will no doubt want to be playing in Group B. Couple of reasons for that. One, the probabilities are better. 60% chance of going through. 3 players from 5. But because
60.
there are only 5 players in that group, that means there'll be a game less to play.
Yep. And of course, if you do come out of that, or you
90.
finish in the top 3, you know, on the Wednesday, you're not playing till the Thursday night. So you've got a bit of recovery time.
60.
Darts,
Martin, you
of course, more
require
traditionally played
145.
a little later than 9:30 in the morning. Not necessarily in competitions or the old ranking events years ago, but
93.
definitely in this style of darts.
34. Martin, you require 52.
Time is on his hands. He's going to want to get this wrapped up as quick as possible.
36.
Tend to find playing darts on the stage is like a mortgage, isn't it? It's one of them things that you always want, and then when you've got it, you want to get rid of it as quick as possible. Same with darts. You get on that stage. It's all about I want to play on
Martin,
stage, I want to play in front of the cameras.
16.
As soon as you're there, you just want to get that win as fast as possible and get off.
Yeah. And when it's going wrong like it is right now for Matt Jackson, you equally want to get off as quick as possible.
Matt,
you want to stay
85.
on there if you can find this 85.
The ball.
60.
Well,
Martin, you require 16.
3 darts missed at this target already for Martin Adams.
That was Matt Jackson's first start of the double in the match, and he started.
Game shot on the third leg. Martin Adams.
He started the match with a 180, didn't he?
I also think he's very brave
Fourth
there
leg,
at the
it's
back,
Matt to
doing a
throw
bit of
first.
juggling with the
Game
darts. I don't tend to even juggle with a soft ball for the fear of dropping it.
100.
Well, he's at the point of no return. Just open the shoulders and give it a go. And see what happens.
80.
That looked in.
Yeah, it was a strange looking one, that.
Where I'm from, we'd call that 80 floor.
Same.
57.
Like the use of the 17s there. Sensible.
$36.
Here's a chance to get his first chalk on the board. 41 in front plus these, but he's just become a little
41.
bit more deliberate again, hasn't he? There's no fluidity to it. There's no rhythm.
It's everything. Even the walk.
Yeah.
His whole pace has just been sucked from him.
I think he's may have paid the price from the
60.
juggling. Two treble 20s leave 164.
99. $46.
Martin stumbled out the blocks. He raced in the middle part of the game and
140.
crawling towards the finish line.
This leg looks to be done and dusted for Matt
55.
Jackson. He's
Matt,
got
you require
6 at
64.
You want to get rid of it. Well, now in 3 tops.
Game shot on the fourth
And does
leg.
an
Matt
18 dart hold.
Jackson.
That will make him feel a whole heap better.
Fifth leg, it's Martin to throw
All
first.
the players with
Game
one
on.
more to play. Up next, Thornton against Noguera, Tricole against Adams, and Jackson against Hamilton.
Are we at the point now where if we say Tricole beats Martin
97.
Adams, that we're pretty much putting Tricole through?
Yeah, which I fully expect. And what I'm seeing right now,
180.
second max. for Matt Jackson. I'm not doing it. Yeah, well, if he can win this from 3-0 down, he might do it. He might give us another look at the moonwalk.
97.
Seen 2 moonwalks today. Obviously the Matt Jackson one and the Chris Murphy. Which one did you enjoy the most?
Oh, the Chris Murphy
40.
one was special. I was waiting for him to do like a little one on the podium, but I didn't expect the moonwalk. He was defying gravity.
81.
One treble a visit at the moment for Martin.
140.
Normally enough on the throw to give yourself an opportunity.
180 and a 140 in the leg from Action.
140. Matt, you require 141.
Well, Martin Adams is going to get an opportunity here at this 86. He's going to go on to the 18s.
Martin,
Treble
you
18 will
require
leave him double
86.
16. A single gives him a chance to have a poke at the ball. Or a 4 changes everything. 82.
Wow. Shocked.
32.
Oh, we'd have gone for
Matt,
the
you
42,
require
the bigger
41.
target.
They missed the big 17s at the end of it as well.
Accent, we'll be hoping it doesn't matter.
21. Martin, you require 54.
For the match.
Game, shot, and
Martin
the match.
Adams
Martin Adams
gets over the line, gets 2 more points onto his tally, a 4-1 victory there over the ADC #1 Matt Jackson. But it wasn't the prettiest of results there for Martin Adams, but he won't care. That's points on the board. And he's got a chance to get some more points on the board a little bit later on when he takes on Thibault Tricole in his final game. But before that one, we've got Robert Thornton up next against Spanish Jesus Noguera.
So 3 games left to go here at the MODUS Super Series on Tuesday. And we've just seen Martin Adams pick up a comprehensive victory 4-1 against Matt Jackson. Let's just take a quick look at how the table lies before we go into this final round of fixtures today. Thibault Tricole running away with it seemingly. 16 points from his 9 matches, looking for a perfect day when he takes on Adams in a couple of games' time. Jesus Noguera and Andy Hamilton both on 10 points. Noguera playing in the next match against Robert Thornton, who sits behind Adams on 8. Jackson, bottom of the table on 4, plays in the last match of the day against Andy Hamilton. So as I said, it is Thornton against Noguera next, and when the pair met yesterday, Thornton got the better of the Spanish star at double 16 hit. Rare for him to go for that double, as the boys in the books were saying earlier on, but it came in handy for him on that occasion, and so did a fabulous 1-5-3 checkout against Andy Hamilton in the game of the day so far, a couple of matches ago. In fact, for Robert Thornton, it was his performance of the day, but it ended in defeat for the Scotsman. It can be a funny old game sometimes. Well, let's get the first of the final 3 matches on then. It is Thornton against Noguera with Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, focus, you feel, turns to Group B qualification for both of these. That is Thursday, Friday night. Much bigger opportunity to get through, and the reason I mentioned that one is because Robert Thornton actually mentioned that in his interview at the start of the day, saying how important it is to be in that top 3. He certainly doesn't want to be playing in Group C. Now, if you are playing in Group C, that means you're only getting 2 players go through from the possible 6, which means a lot more wins needed, and you'll be playing more games, and you're going to be getting up early 5 days in a row. Dart players much more suitable to playing darts in the evening. Traditionally, that's when darts matches would have been played. So
first leg, it's Roberts to throw first.
Couple of days of 6 a.m. out the bed, bit of breakfast, shower, get the dart shirt on, get to the venue.
77.
Yeah, Thornton won this yesterday, 4-2.
123.
77. But it was a slow start to the day for Jesus.
41.
Didn't get out the blocks in the opening match, going down 4-3, but responded well with a 4-1 win over Hamilton, averaging 93. And then had a real tight win against Adams, 4-3.
85.
Before going down in a 4-1 win for Tricole.
100.
Was impressed with Thornton last time out. And down 4-3 to an inspired Andy Hamilton.
100.
An average 96.61 in defeat. 50% on doubles and that beautiful 1-5-3 out. Sorry, mate. He should take confidence from that, shouldn't he?
Yeah, no
Even
doubt that's going to be game of the day. No doubt. Absolutely brilliant between the two of them. Andy Hamilton, obviously 103 average in his performance in that game. So you expect to see
70.
a replay of that later on the Super Series YouTube channel. The game of the day gets clipped up on there, so you can go watch it back and check that one out.
81. Jesus should require 123.
Chance for an early break of throw. Seen this twice already this week, haven't we? 1, 2, 3. Oh, needed the 54 for the ball.
39.
Ironically, the 1-2-3 finishes yesterday came in the last 2 matches of the day. Martin Adams taking a 1-2-3 out in game 14. Jesus taking one out in game 15. Martin Adams will be in game 14 again. That is the next game against Thibault Tricole.
35.
History has this
Jesus should require 84.
Itself.
Especially when there's numbers involved.
Game shot on the first leg.
It wasn't a 1-2-3 finish on the ball, but it was an 84 finish on the ball. An 18 dart break of throw for Jesus.
Second leg, it's Jesus to throw first. Game on.
Here's a break of throw. 1-0 up. Can he kick?
140.
He continues with something you picked up on yesterday, Matt, of the order of the darts and
25.
the order in which they're thrown. You just see him there, putting them in order. And you believe, well, you're right, it's not a coincidence. You think it's a psychological approach.
Absolutely, yeah. It's just a
62.
distraction.
A good one.
Yes. Different parts of the brain do different things, and those active and conscious thoughts
140.
always need to be doing something. If you don't guide them into something, they will find their own way, and they will take over, and they will try and come up with weird
139.
solutions and options and some very good guides out there and some
85.
good resources
Jesus, you require
how
160.
to keep that part of the brain quiet. One of them is simply task the brain. Give it something to do. Force something to do. You'll probably see
60.
people in terms of like what we've got here. We've got a physical distraction. He's physically doing something, but you get some people that will just count in their head
140.
because it's just tasking
Jesus, you
that part of
require
the brain.
100.
To try and distract it from creating any negative pathways to the hand.
Well, I always use it because essentially it's not so much the hand; it's the tension and the tightness,
The
and
muscles.
processing. And I always compare this to a child at a
80.
dinner table. Now, if you
Robert,
go
you
out with a
require
child,
111.
3-4-year-old child, they go out. It's granddad's birthday. It's boring. They want to run round the table.
Game shot on the
Thornton can run
second
round the
leg.
tables.
Robert
Another
Thornton.
100+ finish there for Robert. But they're bored. They want to army crawl under the table. They don't care that it's granddad's 65th birthday.
Third
That's
leg, it's
boring.
Robert to throw
So
first.
luckily for
Game
us, if
on.
we turn over the menu, there's a colouring sheet on there, and we go, here, sit down and colour that sheet in. They're at the table. They're doing what I want you to
99.
do. They're just doing something slightly differently. That's Jesus Noguera right now.
There you go, people. Free sports psychology.
135.
So some response.
180.
Robert Thornton.
One thing that's good about Robert Thornton today is we're starting to see him creep in with these big
83.
finishes, landing these ton-plus outs.
Landing the maxis in this leg, back to back. Unfortunately, started with 99. But he is on an 11 darter.
139. Robert, you
A
require
chance of a
42.
2-1 lead.
Going back to that interview he said at the start of the day where he wants to be in the top
Game
3, he
shot on the
also
third
said that
leg.
yesterday he felt he
Robert
had no
Thornton.
rhythm and he lost the feel. One thing we're seeing here is rhythm and pace.
Yeah, I don't
Fourth leg, it's Jesus to throw first.
particularly
Game on.
think nowadays he operates as efficiently against a bit of a slow player. Noguera by no means is a slow player, but there's very
100.
little pace to it. And when we seen him a little earlier against Matt Jackson, that had a lovely rhythm to it. And
43.
Thornton certainly produced in that one.
Now, Robert Thornton did something there before that throw that you tend to find you get a lot with players that like playing at pace. He came to the hockey, sort of put his foot on it
85.
and then to the side. Now, there, he's gone straight to it and
Yep.
he's at that point. Now, that is just purely, if the player's still there, just delaying it that little bit so
123.
you can keep moving. Not stand like Thibault Tricole will stand there for 10 seconds if he has to, in
Yeah.
position, ready to go. Where Robert Thornton, Gary Anderson literally stands on the hockey, doesn't he,
Yep.
before he comes in,
100.
just so he's still moving and processing.
Yeah, I used to find with the player, if they are the type of player that would not sort of get out of the way quick enough, I'd hover around the drinks
99.
table and take a real wide walk around so I could try and keep that rhythm of what you would do in practice where you're just walking in a circle approaching the hockey. You know, you don't even have to look down most of the
100.
time. You know where your spot is like that. He didn't even look at his feet.
96. Jesus, you require
These little quirky things we'll
116.
point out for you.
Anything that may help you in whatever level you play at.
55. Robert, you require
Given
140.
Thornton hope.
100.
Now there's
Jesus
massive pressure on
requires
this 61.
61.
That's the danger you said not too long ago about leaving those sort of shots. You tend to often slip in the ball.
57.
And you said giving Robert Thornton
Robert,
some
you
hope.
require 40.
It's not something you want to do too often. When
Game
Robert
shot on the
Thornton is playing with
foreplay.
rhythm and
Robert
pace,
Thornton.
you do not want to be giving him hope. He now has the throw in 2 out of the last 3 legs if they
Fifth
are
leg,
needed
it's Robert to throw
to
first.
get this one wrapped up.
Game on.
Yeah, 3 on the spin for Thornton in just 43 darts.
55.
Only a 55s out.
60. 60.
Robert Thornton 3 from 4 on the outer ring, which suggests if he gets down there, this one is over. So Jesus needs to make sure that Robert
100.
Thornton does not get a sniff at a double. He's over 50% in his last game as well.
And again there, unlike the 2 previous throws where he was stop-starting, waiting for Nagura to get out of the way, he actually stood back so he could walk straight in and throw. Well, if I play him in the seniors,
60.
I'll get him to a standstill. No, I wouldn't do that. I every now and again throughout my career, I've sort of tried it and then just felt absolutely mortified for doing it. I can't do it. I don't know how players can.
I did wonder why the Chris Mason tactic book was being written in every time someone who's playing in the seniors is coming on.
Making notes.
140.
Ooh, he doesn't like that. Okay.
Robert, you require 68.
For the match and a very, very good performance. 13 and tops.
Game,
and
shot,
Robert Thornton
and the match.
gets it done
Robert
in
Thornton.
15 darts, winning legs after being 1-0 down in 15, 12, 16 and 15, an end average of 96.2 and a 91.5 for Noguera, but a very important win for Thornton in his final match of the day. Penultimate match of the session up next, and it's table-topping Tricole against Martin Adams.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the Thorn has found his form. 3 wins, in fact, 3 wins, sorry, from the last 4 matches. I'll get it right. some point today. But including that win in the last match, fantastic display from Robert Thornton once again. He won 4-1 against Jesus Noguera, averaging 96. Now, he'd averaged exactly the same against Andy Hamilton in the previous match, but it wasn't enough. It was more than enough this time. 4 out of 5 on the doubles, including 111 checkout for the Scotsman there. So after a disappointing day yesterday and a disappointing start to today, Robert Thornton has showed that determination, that tenacity that we talk about a lot here at the Super Series, and that sees him put himself in a better position in the Group A table. He's still 5th, but look at that, level on points with Martin Adams, just 2 behind 3rd place Jesus Noguera and 2nd place Andy Hamilton. And you'd think that for most of the players in this group, it is now about getting into 2nd or 3rd place, because Thibault Tricole has just been running riot so far in Group A. And he plays Martin Adams in his final match, looking for a perfect day today, Thibault. Looking for a repeat result as well. He beat Martin Adams 4-1 when the pair met yesterday. And he's thrown some excellent stuff today as well. The Frenchman's finishing has been exceptional. And we can see him here not hitting 1, but 2 doubles in a checkout earlier on against Andy Hamilton. Double 16 and double 8 in the same finish. No problem at all. Will the Frenchman make it 5 from 5 then? Let's find out with Mace and Matthew.
The opportunity to make it a perfect day here for Thibault Tricole, and if he does that, pretty much booked his place into the finals already on Saturday.
I suggested he had 1 foot in the final. Well, he'll have 2 feet in his whole body in the final with a win here, and it's a win. And you're looking at Martin, who's been, well, he picked up a win last time out against Matt Jackson, but it wasn't pretty, was it? He averaged 77, I think.
Yeah, 77 in a 4-1 win over Matt Jackson. Matt Jackson's got 1 more game to go. He's playing Andy Hamilton next, but Tricole wins this, he'll go 8 points clear at the top of the table. Remember, there are only 10 points available in a single day.
I mean, I'll say it now. I don't think minus 77. I don't think an 80 beats Tricole right now. He will be on the crest of a wave.
First leg, it's Thibault to throw first.
On
Game on.
cloud 9, which is how many wins he will have out of 10 matches if he goes on to win this one.
140.
We haven't seen the very best of Thibault Tricole today. We saw a good game with Andy Hamilton. He averaged 95 in game number 7. But the rest of the time, it's sort of been 85 or less, but he's been getting the wins, and that is a good sign.
Well, it shows he's got gears if they're
15.
needed. And if he gets really pushed, we know he can find a little bit more than, as you mentioned, those couple of 85s.
67.
Did have an 89 and a 4-2 win over Thornton in match number 3. As you said, the
100.
95 against Hamilton in a full 3 win.
The thing is, you can't play a game all the time, can you?
No.
It's impossible. But what
Well,
you can
normal
do,
people can.
60.
what you can do is you can bring out timing, like that game against Robert Thornton. He took out the 104 finish.
Yeah.
Like the game against Matt Jackson when he was looking like going 3-0 down. He hits a 1-2-1 finish, comes back from 2-0 to win 4-2.
85.
You can find a bit of timing. You can grind out results. When you can start winning with your B game, that is when you can start thinking about going full-time with darts and being professional.
134.
Yeah, when you need a B game now, a default game that's around 90 to 95 really, and that's sort of, you know, that's risen over the years as the level of players improves.
So you require 100.
You know, where sort of the cut-off for quality used to be 90, now it's 100.
60.
Good start this from Tricole. 15 darts in. He's left himself
96.
on a single dart finish
Thibault
on tops.
required 40.
Will be quite handy in this area.
That's tight enough.
Game shot on the
He
first
will
leg.
take that.
Thibault
17
Tricole.
dart hole. He was the 8 to 13 favourite, which on this occasion, although we've disagreed with a
Second leg, it's
few
Martin
of
to throw
the
first. Game on.
compilers' prices today. Hard to disagree with that one, isn't it?
I do disagree with it, but I disagree with it in the opposite sense, in the fact that that represents far too much value. 8 to 13.
24.
I would make this around about that sort of 2 to 5 mark.
83.
Thibault won this tie yesterday very comfortably. 4-1 with a 95.53. We're looking to do similar today.
60.
That mindset.
60.
Thibault would be quite happy to play all day, having been unbeaten all day. Martin will be quite happy, no doubt, to sit down and relax.
41. 60. 59.
We had concerns for Martin Adams in his last game, game 12 against Matt Jackson. And that was down to
60.
the length of the day. He's been here now for maybe around about 6 hours.
Yep.
That's not what you want to be doing, 6 hours
43.
playing darts when you got issues with the shoulder, issues with the leg. Sort of feel Martin's best darts are going to come in the early part of a day.
Yeah.
136. 96. Thibault, you require 102.
Double his lead. Single 17.
48.
This is the big number. Taking it for granted. All guilty of doing that.
$140.
Adams
Thibault, you
asking the
require
question
54.
of Tricole. Oh, double 13. He did a double-double earlier.
Game shot on the second leg.
Another
Thibault
unintentional
Tricole.
double-double, but what is intentional is he's won the leg. He is 2-0 up. He's halfway to victory, and
Third leg, it's Thibault
gotta
to
say
throw
halfway.
first. Game on.
well, more than halfway to booking his place in Saturday night's finals by being the Group A winner.
45.
Yeah, there'll be something after catastrophic happen tomorrow. His arm would have to fall off, I suggest, for him not to win this Group A.
60.
And I didn't see this coming really with this group. I thought this would be a very bunch group throughout. I didn't see anyone getting detached on either end of the table. But
133.
timing.
Usually find in a couple of groups you end up with some spoilers, but don't
81.
really have any in this one, do we?
Yeah, all are still in the running really for that Group B position, which is an advantage.
83.
Absolutely. But wherever you end up, whether it be in the easier to qualify from Group B because of the amount of players and
55.
places, you tend to just do a reset on the Thursday. And we've seen it many times where players have really struggled in Group A, and then when they've gone into
100.
Group B or Group C, they look a different animal. And of course, they've had the advantage of 3 days of stage time. There will be players coming in this week, of course, not having played at the MODUS
45.
Live Lounge here
Thibault,
in
you
Portsmouth. Don't
require
forget, if you want to join us
140.
Saturday night, the tickets are absolutely free. It is a wonderful night out, up close and personal with the players.
70.
And cheaper than spoons if you want to have a libation or two. Tickets
86.
available via
Thibault, you require
dartshop.tv.
70.
It's a beautiful little Italian up the road.
38.
Treat the partner to a, or your pal to a nice bit of Italian food, and then come and join us here at the Live Lounge from 10 p.m. when the action gets underway.
134. Thibault, you require 32.
3 darts for 3-0.
Game
Only
shot on the
needs the
third
2.
leg. Thibault
And that puts him
Tricole.
1 away. And dare I say it, 1 away from Saturday night. Because if he can get this wrapped up
Fourth
pretty
leg, it's
soon,
Martin to throw
that's going
first.
to be a big advantage
Game
in
on.
that legs column. Not only does he have to lose pretty much every game tomorrow, but he's going to have to start losing heavy.
Yeah, he'll have to be losing 4-0, and I cannot see that.
100. 54. 140.
Ton, followed by a 140.
100.
We heard Thibault Tricole the other day talk about they'd like to see a little bit more on French darts. We'd certainly like to see them in the World Cup. But are we at a position where
100.
maybe we need to see Thibault or Jacob secure that tour card first to make that happen? Or do we now see with what Thibault's doing here this week and with that challenge to a win that maybe they've done enough already to warrant that movement?
Yeah, I think, having seen both of them pick up a challenge tour, Thibault and Jack, I think they certainly warrant a spot
92.
in the World Cup, and it's a territory that
Thibault, you require
PDC are very clever at this. You
167.
know, it's not by luck. It's a multi-million-pound company. You know, if the desire is there, they may take a Euro Tour event in 2024, possibly just to test the
69.
water. And of course, if we can get a broadcaster out there, that again encourages or creates the popularity in the sport, which is what we want.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
69
Martin
out.
Adams.
Here's a 15 darter for Martin, despite the max in the leg.
Fifth leg, it's Thibault to throw first.
But it's
Game
Thibault
on.
with the darts in leg 5. Yeah, I certainly. I mean, it is a
60.
massive soft tip part of the world in France. But having spoken to Thibault, it is gathering momentum over there, the steel tip version of the game.
Well, he certainly gathered some interest himself. When you talk about a broadcaster, he
140.
went over to the Dutch Open this year, and he was being followed around by a French TV company, just documenting his time over there, and he's certainly doing all
59.
he can to try and get French darts on the map.
No, I did go to the French Open many moons ago. And there was more players
85.
from other countries than there was French people playing in it. But that was well over 20 years ago.
100.
You would love to see a tournament of some description in Boston. Steel tip is huge there, the Minuteman League.
100.
It was well supported when it went to New York this year, so
100.
maybe an opportunity for another type of tournament over there.
85.
Mentioned about Robert Thornton bringing games back. Oh, and Adam's certainly digging deep here. This is on the
100.
Thibault Tricole throw.
Martin, you require
Yep.
91.
Trouble 17 and tops. Wow. Double 16.
59.
May see
Thibault,
another
you
dart at the ball
require
here
82.
for Thibault.
This one's for the match. Might have to be on the ball. 75 left.
I
42.
don't think he liked the light.
Martin, you
So
require 32.
sensibly went for the open target.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Back
Martin
to back
Adams.
legs for Martin. 16 dart there, following the 15 dart break of throw in leg 4.
6th leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Oh, Martin's now going to have to throw to take this all the way.
Talking of nicknames, what do you think about Thibault's The French Touch? Sounds like a...
100.
Sounds like yeah.
I would personally change it. I
117.
don't know exactly what I'd change it to yet, but I'd definitely change it. It's not quite Edgar-y enough for a nickname.
Not quite darty enough, is it?
81.
There'll be some historical figures he can think about using.
99. $140.
Martin Adams was running at 3-0 down, averaging inside the 60s.
81.
Yep.
He is now up to a mid-80. That is some turnaround.
Doesn't look like he's stopping.
140.
Well,
No-
Thibault Tricole.
No bust this time on a treble 20.
Thibault Tricole. Ugh. Try again.
Put your teeth in.
Thibault
83.
Tricole
Martin, you require
is
40.
slowing, which suggests if Martin Adams can actually completely turn this around and take the 4-3, that it keeps this group alive.
30.
Or
Thibault, you
can
require
Thibault
121.
find a big finish to get over the line. Treble 17 and ball. No.
57. Martin, you require 10. Game shot on the
It
6th
does, it goes all the way.
Martin Adams.
Martin Adams using just 47 darts to get this back to a level game.
7th and final leg. It's Thibault to throw first. Game on.
Well, that's that big legs column advantage that we were saying that Thibault could be getting from that
61.
victory. But actually, if he loses this, you've got to feel the practice room right now are all going to become Martin Adams fans. Because if they've got hopes of qualifying through Group A, Thibault cannot win this leg.
100.
The only thing we know for sure at this stage that this is the last leg of the match.
135.
As Abba once said, the winner takes it all.
They had some kind of reunion, Abba, in recent months?
180.
That is his first of the match, and what a time to get it.
And when you're talking about reunions, there's a reunion of Martin Adams with the 180 column, because that's his first one of the game. Both have had 7 darts at a double, both of it 3. There's not really anything to split them other than who's going to hold it together.
140.
Thibault Tricole's probably going to be more under it, because he's going to feel that this should have been a 1 game at 3-0 up. You should not be losing.
Oh, some last leg. A ton, 180 and 140, 81 after 9.
96. Martin, you require 81.
'72. Double 18.
63.
1 dart at double 18 to win
Thibault,
it.
you require
3-0 down with a 12 dart break of throw.
Game,
And
shot,
Thibault
and the
Tricole
match. Thibault Tricole
just stumbles over the line in the end. He was 3-0 up. Martin Adams was all the way back in the mid-60s for most of that 3-0 deficit. He turned it around, brought it back to 3-3. He's ended with an average of 87, which shows the quality of that turnaround for Martin Adams. But Thibault Tricole with just 1 dart in hand, with Martin Adams sat on a double waiting to pounce. He wraps it up and takes the 4-3 win and pretty much confirms his place through to Saturday via the top of Group A. We've got 1 more game still to come today. That one is Matt Jackson and Andy Hamilton, and that is coming up in just a couple of minutes' time.
Welcome back. So it is 5 from 5 for France's top player, Thibault Tricole, topping the table, looking like he's as good as through to finals night after that 4-3 win against Martin Adams. Led it 3-0. Adams came back to 3-3, but Tricole gets over the line and sits in P1 in the Group A table. Just 1 match left to play in this group. We'll see the table before we go into it. And as you can see, Thibault Tricole 8 points clear of Hamilton and Noguera. Hamilton playing in this last match against Matt Jackson, who really probably could do the win if he wants to get through to Group B. Hamilton took out 108 checkout against Jackson yesterday in one of his victories early in the day, and has showed some good finishing over the course of the week so far. Matt Jackson started his day really well today. He got the better of Spain's Jesus Noguera in his first match, has been unable to build on that. We can see him just getting over the line against Noguera in that opening match of the morning on tops. But he really needs a win, as I said, to try and keep himself in contention for Group B. So we'll get this last match underway. It is Jackson against Hamilton in the company of Mason and Edgar.
Yeah, it's getting to that crunch time now for Matt Jackson. He's going to need wins if he's going to get into that Group B. We keep going on about the advantages of that because it is such a big advantage. The time of day, 3 from 5, only 2 players will not progress through that group into Saturday night's final. Andy Hamilton will be hoping to be in that group for sure. He's probably the only player really that we could see chase down Thibault Tricole now. So if Matt Jackson was to win this, you've pretty much got Thibault through because he'll be 8 points clear with just 1 day of action to go. Only 10 points on the line in that one, so he'd pretty much have to go through the card tomorrow.
First leg, it's Matt to throw first.
He's going to stand any
Game
hope.
on.
Andy Hamilton, last time out, 103.27. 4-3 victory over Robert Thornton in by far the game of the day so far.
66.
Yeah, it's classic stuff from Andy Hamilton, and that should give him a whole heap of confidence going into this one. That would have lifted him no end when he got back to that practice room
80.
and had a look over those numbers. He'd have sat down there like a bantam with his chest puffed out.
100.
Where Matt Jackson already looks resigned to his fate. A lot of negativity. Needs to just try and muster up some
55.
positivity from somewhere. We've seen some really good stuff from him in spells today.
39.
Again, it was all when there was that fluidity to his action.
I think that's where the negativity's come in from, though, as well, because we've seen signs of the player that he is, and the player that he is, so the numbers and the stats and the tournament wins and that ADC ranking system suggests that he is not quite the player we've seen so far, and that contrast between how good he is doing and what he has shown, he'll feel like he was one to have shown a lot better than he has.
Yeah, and it affects you mentally. You think, why am I not playing as well as I can? And the longer that goes on, and of course, then he's had spells where he's played absolutely brilliant and still ended up losing matches, which is sort of the negativity becomes
96.
ingrained.
That's just the byproduct of tasting defeat on a regular basis, isn't it? Which is
and the opposite works the same way, doesn't it?
125. And he
Certainly
required
showing
170.
a lot away from here. 30 titles across the year.
Can he add the big fish to the 167? Knows the answer.
98. Matt, you require 90.
He fancied that.
Game shot on the first leg.
Beautiful bullseye
Matt
from Jackson as he holds in 18.
Second leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
That is the sort of thing he has been doing.
Yep. And that creates even more frustration, because rather than you being buoyed by that, you'll be saying to yourself, well why am I at the ball on all those occasions when I've had opportunities to win legs and matches?
81.
Of course, he comes with a reputation, and you want to build on that. There's more to this game than just stood there throwing darts, which is what the very best players do. That's all they do. They just stand there and play.
I wonder if Thibault Tricole's watching
52.
this game right now, because he'll have a vested interest in this. Andy Hamilton
absolutely.
loses, he's pretty much in.
$80.
Like you say, for him not to win Group A, he'd have to lose all of his matches tomorrow, and I just can't see
140.
how that happens. Especially after 2 days of play, winning 9 out of 10. Be different if it was sort of like a mixed bag.
The only scenario I can see there is sometimes when the perception of the task becomes
83.
easy, it actually makes it harder.
Yeah, I had that on the Friday. I won all 5 out of 5 on the Thursday, and I came into the Friday and lost my opening 3 games.
58.
And then
and you
almost you're doing it in
require
reverse. You're ticking off your
158.
chances.
Yeah.
Oh, I've lost 2. And instead of just getting that win, you start counting your lives and seeing them actually go down.
That's a bit like when someone's making a comeback against you in a long format game.
139. Matt, you
sort of think,
require
oh, okay, well,
170.
that's one down, and then oh no, that's another.
The worst thing is, and you go, well, it's okay. I've still got 2 more
105.
chances. Oh, 1 more chance.
And
oh,
you require 19.
and ran out. I don't see that happening for Thibault.
No, he's cut from a slightly different cloth.
3.
Matt Jackson got a chance to break
Matt,
the
you
throw here. He
require
took the opening leg in
65.
18 darts, which is 6 visits to the board. This is his 6th visit here. He's going to get a dart, or he should get a dart. He does get a dart. It's tops.
45.
And he couldn't watch.
And you require 16. Game shot on the second leg. Andy Hamilton.
Doesn't need asking twice. But that is another one that's got away from Matt Jackson.
Third leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on. $58. $140.
In the last game, Andy Hamilton
100.
sort of warmed as it went and then hit that best average he's ever hit here so far, the 103.27. Are we seeing signs of that warming to the task again? Because he is starting to find the range.
100.
Finding the red bit with a lot more regularity. We have seen it from him when I
61.
sort of track his numbers from whatever tournaments he's playing in that have that ability to give us the numbers. He does have big averages still in the locker.
$140.
1-2-1 after 9. You want to know how to break the throw and keep it in your own hands.
46.
That is how.
And you require 121.
Well, we said, no, we thought the 8 to 13 was a little short last time out for Thibault. It was 8 to 15 for Andy, and we
Game
both
shot on the
raised an
third
eyebrow
leg.
when
Andy
we
Hamilton.
saw those numbers. And those numbers are great from Hamilton. That's a 12 dart break
Fourth leg, it's
throw.
Andy to throw first.
A
Game on.
beautifully crafted 1-2-1 checkout.
Big fan of that route. When your opponent's not on the finish, you don't need to be entertaining the 25, risk the ball. You certainly like the 16s and the 8s. Get on those 15s.
180.
Double 8 like Andy did there, but if he hit the 15, that would have left him 46. Allows him to go for the 14 just to set up the shot that you want.
121.
Yep. Good board management. He went 5 deep a little earlier into the 9.
$99.
And that average just continues to climb. He's nearly at the 100 mark again.
60.
there.
134.
And again after 9. Like the last leg, he's on a finish. This one a little easier than
100.
121.
And you require 88.
And he said in his interview at the start of the day that he's really enjoying darts at the moment. But he's delirious with it at the moment.
68.
That was for an 11 and back-to-back 12s, missing the double 10. Not too much damage done. Priority number 1 for Andy is to get the win.
140. And you require 20.
I'm starting to really like Matt Jackson. Done the moonwalk on the 180 he. Gone for the blind 180.
Game shot on the 4th leg. Andy Hamilton.
He turns up tomorrow in one of his games with a glove on his left hand to collect the darts. He's my new favourite player.
5th leg, it's Matt throwing first. 90.
Although we might not be getting much more from him today because Andy Hamilton is looking like a man on a mission. He is saying to Thibault Tricole, yes, you might be top, but I am going to breathe down your neck and I am going to chase you all the way
83.
to the line.
Yep, that'll be his plan. And if he does that, Andy will secure his spot
45.
in Group B. Be great for the players over 50, of course. They get the whole of the remainder of the Wednesday off and then pretty much all of Thursday off. They won't return till around 7:30, 8 o'clock on Thursday evening.
59.
And why don't you join us Saturday night? Are you here Saturday?
Yep, I'm here Saturday as well,
There you
yep.
go, get a picture and get an autograph from my Edgar.
96.
And all be floating about. It's free, of course. Get your ticket from dartshop.tv. Be quick.
81. 115.
This is quality from Andy Hamilton. Just a fraction under the 100 average. It was 103 in his last.
Andy requires 67.
He's now 67 points away.
$35.
One match start and it was right on the money.
Nothing Matt Jackson can do from 187. Andy will return with 3 in hand to get this wrapped up and just keep Thibault Tricole
31.
on notice.
Andy required 32. Game, shots,
Winning
and the
legs.
match. Andy Hamilton
in that one of 19, 12, 14 and 17. An end average, a very impressive 94.79 to add to that lovely 103.27 a little earlier. A 1-2-1 checkout, 4 out of 12 on the doubles and just the 1-180. Well, that ends today's session. Let's have a quick word with Chris Murphy.
Yeah, thanks, guys. All that remains to do is look at the table at the end of day 2 in this group. And we can see, as Matt Edgar said there, Andy Hamilton just keeping Thibault Tricole on notice, as he put it. But Tricole has had a fabulous day, winning all 5 of his matches, a Frenchman, and is 6 points clear of Hamilton, the only serious contender to top the group ahead of France's number 1. at the end of tomorrow. For everybody else, it's about playing for those second and third spots and trying to get into Group B. Matt Jackson, who started the day well with his second win of the week, did not manage to build on it and ended with that 4-1 thumping at the hands of the Hammer. So we will be back from 9:30 a.m. for the conclusion of this group, live on Sporty Stuff TV and, of course, the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. Do join us then. Thibault Tricole, top of the tower after another eyeful of fantastic performances.
The Modus Super Series, brought to you in association with Bet365, Betfair, Betfred, Coral, Ladbrokes, Paddy Power, Unibet and William Hill.